Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome on back to Mario Madness Bingo. We've got a pretty spicy matchup coming here today. We have ONOISE versus the one and only WESDOG underscore, who I swear that underscore keeps moving to multiple places, but you know what? Not too important in this case. In the booth with me, I have Chaboom. Chaboom, how you doing today, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I'm really excited to see some bingo action today. I've been looking forward to this all week.
It's gonna be such a good time. You know, great to have you here in the booth. Glad you asked me to be up as a commentator. I know the people out there, especially in the Mario 64 community, really love those deep voiced commentators, and you're also very good at the game too.
Oh,
So,
thank you.
It's great to have you in here. We do also have ONOISE in the booth right now as well. ONOISE, how you doing, man?
Yo, I'm doing fine. It's 2 a.m.
Woo! It's early.
and I'm alive.
I think, you know, honestly, that second part, that is pretty important. Being alive
Yes.
it's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal.
Mhm.
All
No,
right,
agreed.
and then
Yeah.
there we go. I think that is WESDOG back in the booth here.
It is indeed. Hello.
Yo, welcome back, WESDOG. How are you feeling about the match today?
I was very nervous going into the beginning of the day. I have not done. Actually, before I even get into that, I would just like to say Happy Mario Day, everybody, in case Anime hasn't said that already.
I have
Happy
not said that already.
Mario
Thank you
Day.
for the reminder.
Happy Mario Day. And Anime, funny enough, the last time, I think if our Discord messages reflect perfectly, the last time I did a Super Mario 64 bingo match was on Mario Day with you 2 years ago. And that was the first time we ever corresponded with one another. So quite frankly, everything is coming full circle. It's honestly, could honestly have asked for a better day with a better person to be the best host out there. And for that, I say thank you, my
Aw.
friend.
Well, thank you. I mean, I definitely do what I can. I am just some goofy little dude on the internet, but I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So as you all can see at the bottom there, we have our board. It has not been revealed yet. Since the last match, we did go into the goals and make some more things a little more clear. The goals have not changed. They are the same goals. We will not be adding or taking away goals until after the tournament. And I'd actually said this a little earlier before the match. If any of you cool people out there, if any of you runners want to like add any unique goals that may or may not already be in the list, you could totally like feel free to drop a suggestion in the bingo chat. We'll definitely put it into consideration for next year's tournament. But with that being said, I believe we have everything in place here for the first match of the day. ONOISE, are you ready?
I am indeed ready.
All right, WESDOG, are you ready?
I am indeed ready.
Epic. Chaboom, could you please count them down? You can do either 5 or 3.
I'll do 3.
All right.
I would prefer 7, but okay.
That is a lucky number.
All right, what the people want. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I love you, Jabone.
Good luck and fun.
Good luck,
Love you,
Noise.
Les.
Good luck, gamers. All right. Once we see the screens here reset, which, as you all know, there will be a mild amount of delay, but we are off to the races. Let's take a look at this board. Right in the middle, we've got like probably one of the best goals. Everybody in the SM64 community loves to take Tuxie and just yeet him off a stage. However, you don't get to yeet him off the stage for that one. You need to make sure that you jump off the stage while you're holding a penguin. It doesn't have to be Tuxie, but you also have to make sure you don't drop him. We did have an incident last year where one of our runners was going for that goal, took the penguin, slid down the slide, but as they reached the bottom of the slide, of course, they hit a little breeze and that dropped the penguin. You gotta be careful about that. That's not holding the penguin. But outside of that, you can see we've got collecting Fire Sea Reds without using the Z button, talk to any 10 signs, bunking out of bounds in any secret course. There's a lot of kill goals happening here. Kill 8 unique Bob-Ombs, kill 9 unique large Goombas, kill all 3 Lakitus. Dang. This board, it seems to be very violent in some instances.
All about that family-friendly content usually, but in this occasion, it's not happening. We're gonna be straight up out for blood and murder. I want to see what they'll do for the bonk on the invisible wall in the secret stage, because I know that getting to one of those is actually quite difficult, especially if it has to do with as ONOISE clones of a bomb by accident.
Rip.
That's an interesting way to start.
That is certainly one way to start the match. There you go, WESDOG with a much better clip there. ONOISE just having a lot of trouble opening the bomb. Oh, it's
taking a bonk as well,
there.
and having Pedro hit him in the face, gonna take a lot of damage from that.
The hitboxes on those poles are honestly like really silly sometimes, I'd say. Like, yeah, they're lined up right around the pole exactly, but again, you know, that makes it a little harder to hit because you just have to be in that hitbox.
Well, yeah, exactly, with like a few technical differences that Wes is going to be talking to Toad here. Going to be getting one of those Toad goals. Not sure which one that is, bonking into the wall. Well done.
A little unfortunate there, but able to eventually get into the building. Now, as mentioned, you did say Wes was talking to a Toad there, and I saw the goal over here. There it is. If you see there, row 3, column 5, talking to 4 different Toads. We're going to see ONOISE hop into the slide as Wes sets up for a nice cannonless and makes it. Both runners grabbing stars where they want to. And, you know, that's kind of the fun thing about Bingo. One of the things I like seeing about Bingo is all the different routes that ends up happening here. And it's been a lot better now that we've had the boards like significantly balanced, thanks again to Malk. Like, we get to see all kinds of routes and things happening. WESDOG there, unfortunately, missing Owlus. Not going to be going for a second attempt, as we do see ONOISE there talking to a Toad.
Looks like both of these runners are going to be getting, I would say, row 3, because it does look slightly better than column 5 with that really, really, really late game kill all 3 Lakitus goal. Because, of course, there are a couple of them, if not just the one in Rainbow Ride, which means that that's a really, really late game thing that they have to do.
That's true, yeah. I think one of my more interesting goals, or one of the favorite goals for late stage stuff, is there's one goal that's grabbed 3 different stars in 3 different different clock speeds. So like slow, you know, you normally see runners just doing slow time or fast time. But, you know, or not even slow time. They usually do stop time or fast time, but this one forces them to either do slow time or random time as well. And random time is so funky.
It's true, but that's what makes it an incredible tool for the A button challenge, because everything moves in different places, and you can manipulate the RNG to make it so that you can beat the game without A presses, as they've been doing, and doing successfully for many years now. But that's off topic, as we see both these runners in Womps getting their stars. Wes going to be going for shoot into the wild blue as ONOISE beats up the King Wom.
Wes on the right, ONOISE on the left. Let me see here. So we're going to see Wes talk to the Bob-Omb and going to open that cannon, as you mentioned. I'm curious. Is he going to actually? No, okay. He's going to go for the other intended strat for Wild Blue here. Now, we are seeing, I believe, is that Wes clicking on bonk on out of bounds in any secret course? I'm hoping
the board is incorrect on the stream.
Oh,
I'm seeing the correct
course.
one, and I know exactly what it is.
Of course. I got it.
It says
collecting Wild Blue without wall kicking. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why that keeps happening every other time that I start this up, but it's refreshed. It's working once again. Sorry about that, folks.
Well, now we get to see where the Toad objective is this time. Because
The real board. I don't know why it keeps doing this. I've never had this problem before. 2 matches in a row, that's a little silly.
Well, it seems that the talk to 6 different toads is still in the 3rd row, but this time it's in column 4, so a different set of objectives on the table.
Yeah, sorry about that, Malk. Yeah, so weird how that keeps happening. Now, I do see talk to 4 different toads has appeared now at the top. So, I mean, that's not too horrible. We are going to see Wes take a warp and just a minor amount of toad violence there. Not too terrible, thankfully, but, you know, he doesn't really deserve it. At least not in my opinion.
That's true. Also, just as a side note, ONOISE did actually take the warp as well. He was doing it for the collect the wild blue without wall kicking star. So that's an interesting one. Seems like these runners are going to be going for the very similar rounds because they're both doing the exact same things. ONOISE is going to be doing some 100 coins, going to be heading back to get that red coin presumably, and then head up to the half cycle platform.
Very nice, very nice. Oh, WESDOG with a ground pound for good luck there, heading back into CCM.
Gotta manipulate that RNG, making sure that everything is in the right place. He's gonna be taking another warp down to the bottom as ONOISE takes a fall by that red coin. Gonna have to head back up via these slopes, having trouble getting the side flip as well.
This is a little unfortunate for sure there. Now, I am intrigued. I'm wondering why, like, ONOISE is going for 100s here. Just because, like, it's not... I wouldn't say it's the quickest stars in Womps, and they aren't normally used in 16 star. However, I'm sure he's got a good reason for it.
As Wes is continuing with his opening the cannons goal, presumably that is what he is doing. So it's going to be a nice column 2 from him.
Yeah, he has been trying to activate warps. He has collected wild blue without wall kicking. And again, opening mini cannons definitely seems like we're going to be getting a good column 2 there.
But then that begs the question, is it row 1? Is it row 3? Is it column 3? Is it column 4 with the toad requirements?
Yeah, he's been talking to a lot of toads, so it's definitely a question. Now, we do see ONOISE already with 8 stars, gonna actually be the first one into Dark World here. However, with that being said, while ONOISE may be ahead in placing, it does appear that WESDOG has certainly started doing some more math and adding some things up for the other goals that are coming.
That does appear to be the case. He's already ticked off at least one more cannon, activated at least one more warp as well. Both these runners nearly neck and neck in the world of darkness, the place that apparently simply spends forever and he never moves from the stage ever.
Rest in peace, Simply. Dark World is, you know, it's a stage. It's definitely a stage.
As Wes nips the lead going into the actual Bowser fight.
Yo, fake sync almost. Let's go. No Bowser dance for either runner, unfortunately, as we do get more of a sync this time. Nice.
Big throw from Wes, making sure that Bowser is fully tossed into that bomb with vengeance.
Let's go. Look at that. Will Wes go for the dab? He will. Nice.
He's dabbing on the haters. He doesn't want to listen to what they have to say.
All right, both runners now out of Dark World. Where will they be going from here? Yo, ONOISE going to be kick sliding through that door. I'm going to look through here real quick. Where is it? There it is. Very bottom here. Row 5, column 3. We have kick slide back through 5 different closing doors. I actually didn't know that you could kick slide through the Power Star door. So honestly, that's pretty cool. I have learned.
You can, but because of the way the camera changes when you go through it, it's a lot more difficult.
That makes sense. Here we go. ONOISE is going to be... Oh. Or not. Unless... Oh, okay. I think he's realized. We've got Wes, now having talked to 4 different toads. That is another one checked off there for Wes.
No toad violence on this occasion. The toad rescue services are pleased with this behavior.
All right, a nice bully kill there from ONOISE. Now, again, we're going to be seeing some route differentiations. ONOISE heading into Lethal Lava Land first, while WESDOG now in the Shifting Sand Land. Going to be grabbing that shell. Will he be opening the pyramid here?
It looks like he will do. Going up the pillars, hopefully he doesn't break his shell. That can happen on that little slope there because there is a ceiling you can bonk into, but he's lost all his speed. And the shell breaks, gonna have to take a little bit of a walk as well. He's got those flying around into the sand as well. Not going well, this little escapade, as ONOISE gets bullied, pushed into the lava. I'm gonna show that bully how it's supposed to be done, and take care of their father as well.
2 bullies down for ONOISE. WESDOG coming in through the top of the pyramid. Looks like he is going to take down the IROC.
And with that, we see that he's going to be doing row 1, column 2.
Interesting. All right, now we have ONOISE also now in the Shifting Sand Land. Will he also be grabbing the shell? And it looks like it. This is really interesting. I'm very intrigued. The Browners may be doing the same things in some cases. But as you can see, some of the goals might be different. It's really hard to tell still, as we only have 2 goals marked off on the board. Here you go. ONOISE going to be opening up a cannon there. Very smart. Will he take the warp by the tree? That is the question.
He may very well do. It's very close to his location, and he is going for it.
Excellent. We can tick off another warp there for ONOISE.
And he's back, and he's ready to go in the top. Presumably, he's also going to do the IROC star from the top. Or he's just going to grab the inside the Ancient Pyramid star and call it a day. As Wes doing his thing, continuing on. ONOISE is waiting for it to go down, and Wes is going to be talking to that pink Babam and going through the war presumably as well. ONOISE crawling around, having a little bit of fun, grabbing the secret for no reason.
Nice. Oh, but taking a bonk from the top!
I suppose that is his compensation for showboating a little too much.
Let's see here. Trying to get on top of the oh, I see what he's trying. He's trying to activate another warp. Falling down there definitely is not helpful for him.
Well, what he should do is he should go over to the other side, because you can just go into a corner and it will warp you on top of that, so you don't have to worry about it.
I also don't even remember. Isn't this like a one-way warp?
No, it's actually 2-way if you know what to do. And it looks like ONOISE does not. So he will be going to the other side to stand in that corner that I was talking about. So if you stand on the railing of that little monkey bar cage, then if you're in the right spot, you can warp back across. So it's not really a one-way warp. It's meant to be, because obviously you're not supposed to know that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, you can go through. It's not there. ONOISE, come on, man.
Game knowledge. That's why I love bingo so much. Is it just like my brain holds on to game knowledge, and this is the perfect thing to show off your game knowledge.
As Wes, we saw him nail another warp underneath Mr. I in Lethal Lava Land, taking a burn right through him and ticking off another one for the objective as he gets the red coins, taking a bit of a burn at the end, but he should be fine. As ONOISE is really struggling, not able to find the warp, probably just going to give up on it and head to IROC right now.
It's a little unfortunate there for ONOISE, for sure. Having lost quite a bit of time looking for that warp. There we go. We see WESDOG hopping back into LLL to kill one of the large bullies, already mid-long jump, heading towards the other platform. Getting bullied by the bullies as well. An unfortunate moment there for Wes. But able to nail 2 of them with 1 ground pound and knock them out.
That's what we think about bullies.
Take them They do not belong here.
Just an interesting thing about the SSL warp. It's actually one of two supposed one-way warps, the other being in Tiny Huge Island, where the Tiny Huge Island one actually is a one-way warp because there is no way to reach the secondary warp from the miniature island.
It's such a, like, I get why the warp's there. Like, you know, in case for some reason you go over there and it's like, wait, I already have this star. But like, man, it does suck if you trigger that warp during a speed run.
Yeah, alternatively there is a coin there, so you might want to like get that in a casual playthrough as ONOISE checks off his second objective. You might want to get that coin in like a casual playthrough, but you might go over there a little bit too early and have to go back, so it's there just in case.
Hey, you never know. Let me see WESDOG already here. 15 stars. Gonna be grabbing MIPS. There we go. Just a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Oh,
no!
no!
He's taking a bonk and gonna be sliding into the black hole, no recovery.
Oh, that is unfortunate. ONOISE wanting to go for the left side emergency exit, just unfortunately having a little too much trouble. Wes here taking MIPS on a ride.
Over to HMC, he's gonna dunk him in the toxic vat. Gonna have to clip through the door. MIPS clip, not in the way you'd think. He's trying to get through there. The door won't let him.
There we go. Silly door.
And he's in.
And as you can see, we have that goal checked off, dragging MIPS into the hazy maze cave. A fun little goal. When I realized you could clip through multiple doors, I'm like, wait, what if we take him into another level? We see ONOISE kick sliding through one more door. Very close to 5.
Yes, and it seems as though our initial calculation of the route for West was incorrect, as the man is going for 2 rows, which is a very strange idea because normally you'd want to get synergistic rows and columns so that you have to do 1 less goal.
Yeah, honestly, having to do 9 goals over 10 goals usually feels better and seems better. It's surprising when a bingo board pops up where it is actually better to do a whole 10 goals just based on the difficulty of the boards. You don't see it too often, but every now and then it will pop up. Wes taking his time with the door. Beautiful.
But eventually through, the payoff is worth it, and into DDD he will head.
Oh, that's right. ONOISE collecting the 15th star on Toad, didn't he?
That's right, and he will have to go and reload the basement, whether by going into a level and dying or doing what he's doing right now, going through the key door and, well, would be heading back, but he's going to be going and getting the eyes in BBH, it looks like. So he's reloading the basement and getting one of his goals ticked off at the same time. A bit of a smart strategic decision as Wes is in Dire Docks, looking very clean on the back of the submarine.
Some very nice swimming from him there.
Oh no, he's going to the top, Mr. I first.
Let me see
I would have
here.
assumed.
Check out, if you see row 5, column 1, getting the BBH balcony star, but only using slide kicks is very little tricky, because as you can see, there is not much space up there for Mario. And ONOISE managing to nail it well, as WESDOG trying to get 10 wall kicks without touching the ground. You have to be really careful with your spacing on the kicks, your speeds. Honestly, going to want to hope that you don't get firsties, because that can screw you up.
I would advise if you do this in a tall cylindrical area like the elevator in Vods and the Fire Sea, or perhaps the Blue Coin Passage in Rainbow Ride, because that's a plentiful opportunity to get wall kicks. You already do at least 2 in them, and the Rainbow Ride one is actually a lot more.
Heck, you could even do the cage in Wet Dry World.
That is true, you can do that, but it is slightly further apart, and I wouldn't recommend it.
True.
West taking a burn at the beginning of Fire Sea. Seemingly he has heard me and is now going to give up on that consecutive walking. Or did he get it? He must
He
have
got
gotten
it. Yeah, it's checked off. He got it. No worries. We got 2, 3,
Oh, he's going to be getting
and
the
4
quadruple burn.
booty burns. Wes really going through his goals here.
Very smart of him. It seems like he's doing his goals in a very erratic pattern because none of these races seem to be in a very consistent pattern.
Yeah, a lot of
Because
them are
you
just
see-
a lot of them
they're
are
just-
not touching.
Yeah, they're just picking goals and ticking them off if they do them. It's a very strange one because it seems like they're doing triple bingo almost. Ooh, ground pound from West, gonna have to restart that long jump. Landing in the lava as well, gonna be losing a lot of time on that. Landing in the lava twice. Flame Spirit nearly gets him. So a common misconception that I see from a lot of runners is that when they hit a heart, they run through it multiple times. That does not heal you as efficiently as just running through it once with a lot of speed does, because the more speed you have going into the heart, the more health it heals. So you just want to run through it once and make sure you have enough speed whilst doing it, otherwise it's just going to be pointless.
That is indeed correct.
Big throw from Wes. Second time he's tossed Bowser into the bomb with conviction.
It's good. You know, it's always good to know everybody throws Bowser differently. Everybody's more comfortable with different things. And like Wes, definitely real comfortable about swinging him around as fast as he can. Oh no,
He's
he's
very comfortable about hitting him with the dab as well.
All right, it looks like we have Wes now hopping into some other stages. Let's see what he's going to be grabbing.
I feel like the erratic pattern of these runners can be put down to them making decisions on the fly, because maybe Wes saw that he didn't want to do the 2 rows, and instead was going for a 9 hit instead of a 12 hit.
And it looks like he went back into
12,
Bob
10.
to grab one more warp that he might have forgotten, as we do see him checking off activating 5 unique unpaired warps. We see ONOISE here now hopping into Fire Sea.
Into THI, Wes is going to go. Oh no, he's going to do his Bowser throw.
And it looks like Wes going to be talking to another Toad here. A little bit of Toad violence. Definitely not supported here, but that will have him talk to 6 different Toads. And it looks like he's going to be hopping into TTM, going for a nice mountain clip. Very good. And I still want to know why they thought it was a good idea to put that pink Bob-omb right here. But as you see, he is opening his 4th cannon. And checking off that goal. Only a few more goals left for Wes to get these 2 lines.
Or as it happens, 4 or 5 with the way he's going.
There we go.
Touching
Touching
every
the
single
mushrooms.
mushroom maze. There is a warp there that he could have gotten
That
as a part
is
of a
true.
synergistic combo, but you know, taking his time.
Honestly, I forget that warp a lot. Sometimes I think about it, and just a lot of times I also just happen to forget that it's there. We're going to see Wes checking that off once again, touching all mushrooms in the first TTM Reds area. Will he wake the log? He will. We're going to see ONOISE into Tall Mountain, also going to be opening a cannon. But since it's in the smaller islands, you're not going to have to see that cutscene. Very nice. Wes with a speedy slide there. ONOISE. Oh no, not quite making it to the island there. Really wanted to go for the warp over there to grab one of his fewer warps that are left, but super unfortunate for him. Here we go, ONOISE setting up once again. Let's get a better jump. There we go. And taking one more warp. Wanting to jump off the stage and die, but unfortunately unable to do that here. We're going to see Wes finish up going through the mysterious mountainside slide and grab that star. Wes now has one bingo line. We see ONOISE kick sliding through another door as he heads into punch his own reflection and head into, or just head right back out. Wasn't sure about that.
Wanting to make sure that he's doing the exact right movement that he needs to.
Wes gonna be losing his hat here. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do with the monkey.
Ukiki is notoriously difficult to catch, but getting it the third try. Gonna be jumping off the stage now. It does definitely appear like these runners are doing triple bingo for some strange reason.
I do hope not. I have, we've had a few matches already, and in the original announcement, we did mention that it was double bingo.
As Wes now finishing 2 lines and gonna be heading up to sky, hopefully. And hopefully not gonna take any longer than he needs to.
ONOISE having a lot of trouble figuring out how to die while holding a monkey. It is possible to die while holding that specific monkey, but it is very difficult. It's much easier to, die from the monkey up top. It just requires you to collect 1 extra star. We see WESDOG heading into BLJ's here.
To die with the lower Ukiki, you do need to dive off with him in your hands, which is incredibly difficult as Wes gets his BLJ. You need to lure him to the edge and then dive right next to him, and then go all the way off the edge, all the way off the mountain, which is a very difficult thing to do as Wes seemingly is going to finish on 2 lines, because that was definitely a worry for us.
Here we go. Ono is going to be taking that warp that we were just talking about. And some nice BLJs into bits here.
Wes gonna be trying to head through Bowser in the sky as quickly as he possibly can. Gonna be taking triple jump, dive very, very early on the placement, but making it work with the slightly askew angle. Oh, but diving off the edge, not getting that angle quite correct.
Just an absolute spill there. Super unfortunate. We're going to see ONOISE once again checking off open for unique cannons. The runners have shared a few goals here together, but overall it does in fact look like they went for different things.
That is indeed the case. Wes taking a bit of a slide. Going to be throwing the bomb. Probably trying to blow up its brother at the same time and failing to do so. Not quite able to make it up to the pole.
There we go.
Attempt.
Gosh.
Getting a nice bottom of the pole grab. Pressing B at the optimal time to get a perfect grab onto the pole without having to do any of that silly glitching. As now ONOISE will happily commit sucker side with a monkey in his hands. If Peter doesn't call this...
Oh no! Getting absolutely bullied by the wind once again. That is not the best feeling in the world. It takes so long to grab that monkey. We see WESDOG here now in to bits throws, and that's going to be 1.
He said he was struggling with these, but it seems like apart from the regrabs, he's doing all right.
That's 2.
Again, the regrab's just failing him a little bit, but the throws themselves absolutely perfect, 3 for 3. And he will be taking game 1 of our lovely match between these 2 runners.
Oh my gosh, WESDOG there with the shout outs to Aaron Truitt getting 3 out of 3 throws. That will be game 1. Going to WESDOG here. And ONOISE finally
What-
getting that death while holding a monkey. A bingo goal line marked off for him. Now it is up to him if he wants to finish or not. He is very close. Only 2 more goals left to do. Has to hop into SL here to kill the chill bully, and I believe activate at least 1 more warp. I trust his counting.
There is a warp to be had. There is a warp to be had here.
Okay.
It's by one of the trees. I believe it's the tree that is most central when the star came up. It was over there by the slope, by the freezing pond.
What it do, baby?
Yo, welcome on into the booth, Wes. How you feeling about that run, my guy?
Feeling really good, actually. My fastest. I had 3 practice runs before this, and this was faster than any of those. I felt really good. I couldn't decide. So I'm guessing you guys probably had some questions of exactly what was going on with the different routes there. I couldn't decide whether to go for the diagonal or the column there at the end, regardless. I couldn't decide if I wanted the diagonal, so I tried to see if I can get the Mr. Wah 3-line special and get you Kiki, but I don't know if it's possible to kill with that monkey, so I just left it behind and only got 2.8 lines.
It's very particular to kill that monkey. Ask Malk. Malk has been able to do it, so you can actually do it with 2 monkeys. However, that's the hardest monkey to do it with.
That is indeed the case. How are you feeling after that victory? Are you ready to go again, or are you starting to feel the nerves come in?
A little bit of both. I don't know how far noise. I see where they are on the board, but oh, there we go. They got their warps. All right, so
Beautiful.
yeah, felt really good. Honestly, I definitely would say that diving into a lot of the category extensions, like all warps and all cannons, definitely helped out in this board for sure. I think that's one of the things I've got that's possibly an edge over some of these other runners. So I'm glad to see that all of my category extension knowledge is coming into play.
Oh, beautiful BLJs there from ONOISE. And one of the fun thing about like a lot of the category extensions for SM64 is the amount of game knowledge that you need for them. And yeah, like all of that definitely culminates into bingo here. And I mentioned it earlier. Game knowledge is like just sticks in my brain. So running these bingo events is so fun because you just get to like think about the game knowledge that you know, apply it to what you want, and then try to do it as fast as you can. Here we go. We got ONOISE now heading into bits. Let's cheer him on.
Gotta love the mentality and the invisible wall that's always there for some reason.
It's such a fun invis wall. Everybody loves that one.
I would beg to differ.
Sorry, my sense of sarcasm is like very straightforward. I will say it with an absolute straight face most of the time.
Hey man, we've all been there. I enjoy a good bit of sarcasm myself.
There we go. We've got ONOISE coming across the logs here. Very nice with the triple jump dive. Heading over to... Oh, but just not quite getting that grab. Gonna have to kick his way across these planks once again. Ho, ho, ho. Ah! There we go. Nice. All right, we've got the regrab on the pole.
Back up to the top, making it onto the elevator this time.
Let's go. No getting squeaked today by either runner.
No Goomba assassination attempts.
All right, we've got ONOISE in here for the throws. There's one.
Two. Oh, but not three.
Just a little bit of a miss there on the third one.
Wide right. Great regrab though. Gonna be taking the launch a second time and
There we
getting it.
go.
3 for 4. 750 average. The professional baseball players would be very happy with that.
Hey.
All right, welcome on back into the booth. ONOISE. Wes did happen to finish first here, but how are you feeling about that run?
Nah, bruh. This ain't it, Chief.
Ah, dang.
I don't know
feel.
what happened. This was the worst I ever played in any bingo.
Shoot.
I had several meltdowns. I don't know if I'm... So, okay, I think the thing where it all went wrong was when I thought there was a warp in the pyramid. Is
So-
there one? And I
There's
just didn't
one.
find it?
Yeah,
There is
there's a
one.
warp in the pyramid.
Yeah.
It is two-way. I did
Technically.
briefly check the stream. It is two-way. I saw you were trying to access it on the railing, but the easier way to go is to climb up the pole as if like you were collecting the 100 coin star and 120, and then on
I
the
don't
corner
know
of the
how to do
wall
that.
there, that warp will get you over to the top of the railing.
Okay,
so,
I didn't know where it went. I just knew that it was on the railing, but I couldn't find it. And then I was like, am I misremembering? And yeah,
Yeah,
and then I was-
No,
It's one. It's
you
know
one
I'm
of
gonna
those
have to fight.
ones, you know.
You have to jump on top of the railing by the monkey bars. It's not like in the middle. It's like on the very side. It's very difficult to find.
Okay. But yeah, after that, I don't know, everything kind of dipped. Oh, and also, I didn't know you had to. I didn't know you couldn't keep holding on to the monkey to the first one.
Oh
you had
yeah.
To, you have
Yeah,
to get the second one, and then I jumped down with the second one, and
I
the
saw the wind.
the
Oh,
nice little breeze got me,
it's like,
and I
what
was
is
like,
that breeze doing there? Why?
now I'm not dying while holding the monkey, so it doesn't count.
That yeah, that actually happened last year. One of the goals, as you saw on a previous board, or actually it might have been. Where was it? Might not have been this board, but there is a goal of taking the baby penguin and dying while carrying it.
Yeah.
Same thing happened last year. Someone grabbed the penguin,
Mm-hmm.
slid down the slide, and the wind made him drop the penguin.
Oh my
And I was
gosh.
like, I'm sorry, dude, you gotta go back.
But
Prediction
geez,
enemy? Game
did
2
your-
prediction?
Nope, it's for all the games. It's for the
Oh.
whole thing.
Oh, okay. I thought you do it on a game-by-game basis. Never mind.
I think I might have done that before, but I don't remember. And I've spent a lot of time over with CCG modding and running, so I've just been like, yeah, just whole game, I guess. All right. Well, GG's to both runners. This first game here, Wes, you are going to be taking game 1 here. Does anybody need to use the restroom, get some hydration?
Wait a
All
second,
of
this is
those
the best
things
of
have
3?
been accomplished
This
and more.
is best of 3.
I didn't know that.
Yes, there is a chance to
There's-
come back.
That's good.
Listen.
It's totally on me. It probably just kind of, I don't know. I just probably didn't read that. Cool.
Probably not.
And now that Noise knows that the best of 3 is gonna play with a fire under his ass and absolutely scorch me.
I was
Reverse sweep?
ready to. Yeah. Okay. No. Cool.
Reverse
But
sweep.
Wes, actually, what was your time? How did you go?
I deleted the timer, but I think it was a 30. Is either 30-29 or 30-39.
All right.
Does
Cool.
anybody need to use the bathroom? Because I know I do.
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right, just me then. I will be back in a few minutes here. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
And now we rely on Shaboom to provide the entertainment.
Hello, Jaboom. Wait, are we still live?
I presume we are. Hello,
Okay,
everyone.
Cool. Hi.
30-29 according to the one person watching my chat on my alt account. Thank you.
Nice. Well, I had a 36, so yeah. But I was a bit I don't know, unsure what goals you picked. There were a few stragglers here and there that are not
Yeah.
really in the line. Did you like change your mind mid-run?
So that's basically the way I've been doing the practice runs, is that I'm basically looking through the intro to see which ones I like versus which ones I don't like, and then I literally just start doing a 16-star run and trying to figure out what all is working as the run goes on. I really don't know which route I'm going to take up until like halfway through or something.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah, we did see 2.8 lines completed, as he said.
Yeah.
The column 2, the row 3, the bottom left, bottom right, top left. I can't speak today apparently. Almost completed the entire triple bingo before a double bingo could be completed on your end. But like you said, that was down to some Mario meltdowns with the breeze and everything else that happened.
Yeah, once I opened the final cannon and got the mountain slide star, I thought I looked over to the stream and said, "Huh, where's Noise at right now?" And then I saw I had a good lead, so I thought I could go for the triple line, but I don't know how to die while holding Yukiki. So I just made it 2.8 lines.
You grab him and then you run off the stage.
But you'd have to get the top Yukiki first and then say, like, hold on to him and like slide off the edge or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I tried going for the one on the lower level of the mountain, and Mal said the only way to do that is you have to lower them towards the log, and then you've got to go into a diving motion where you grab the monkey and go over the edge of the mountain.
Yeah, because
it is
if you
possible.
pick him up on the if you pick him up on the ground, he'll just steal your hat or give your hat back depending on the context.
Yep.
It's a really, really tricky monkey grab. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get us all a new card here.
Yeah. New card.
Boink. All right. Once again, runners, don't reveal it until
Too
we
late!
said go. All right. And all of you are at the home screen with a fresh file.
Yes.
So let's be on our way here. ONOISE, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do
WESDOG,
this.
are you ready?
I'm ready as I'm ever going to be.
Good enough for me. Shaboom, go ahead and count them down once again, please.
Where am I counting down from this time?
Noise, you make the pick for the number.
Oh my gosh.
3,400. No, just go.
Whoa,
Go 5. 5's good.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 5, go.
Oh, shit. Oh, wait, actually?
That didn't work.
All right, whatever. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. We've got the game reset. Let's go ahead, reveal this board, refresh the page also, just in case. There we go. All right, let's see. I'm already seeing quite a few water-based goals here. Taking a death to drowning, diving off the ship in JRB, collecting the DDD, collect the cap star, using both caps. Ooh, that is quite a trip.
And our good friend Die with the Monkey is back.
Ayo. All right, all right. Oh, dude, if you look at looking at row 1 up there, row 1 actually has some really nice synergy happening. It's not that hard, and if you're already collecting 100 coins in one stage, I mean, you might as well get the ones in JRB.
That's true, but of course the all 3 Lakitus thing does slow it down slightly, having to go into Rainbow Ride.
All right, we're going to be getting a nice Lakitu skip from WESDOG. ONOISE, unfortunately, gonna have to listen to Lakitu, give him just a quick pep talk. WESDOG wanting to talk to another Toad.
Again.
You can see there, column 3, row 2, we've got talk to 5 different Toads. We've got Toad talking back once again.
Of course, that is a preliminary goal that Wes will try to get. Of course, last game we saw him chaotically ticking off boxes left and right, trying to find out exactly what he wanted to do. But we'll see how this one unfolds.
There you go. Looks like ONOISE gonna be successful with the bomb clip this time. Both runners now out of Bob at the same time, or at least with the bomb clip start at the same time. Oh, and again, I'm seeing another... Wow, there's a lot of JRB in this board today. We have collect the JRB chests without any swim strokes, which, if you know, swimming in this game without swim strokes, it is not the fastest. It is not the fastest at all.
There are two methods to do it, which is holding A and multi-pressing B, and both of them are way too slow.
Mm-hmm. We got ONOISE
As-
hopping into a slide here. WESDOG hopping right into Womp's Fortress.
I would like to point out that in column 2, alongside the JRB chest star without any swim strokes, you do have the collect 120 coins in one stage. Now, obviously, you cannot do that in JRB because there is only a total of 104, but it is there just to think about.
Yo, ONOISE unfortunately going to be missing that slide skip there. Will have to get the star that's in the box at the end of the slide. Just going to lose a little bit of time there. WESDOG taking some bonks on the Womp Kink. Going to be crushing him, but, you know, not quite where you want to be with that star spawn.
A lot of these rows and columns are very hit and miss because on one hand you see a lot of synergy, but then again you see something like, I don't know, TTC Reds on any time other than stomped, which completely nullifies that.
It's really interesting. I've heard from multiple people doing TikTok clock Reds in fast is way easier than doing it in slow, and I find that fascinating.
It's because the way that the platforms rotate in fast means that you get more opportunities to land on the sides that you need to. Because in slow, if you mess it up, you have to wait for the platforms to rotate, and you have to take a lot longer to try and land on the edges. And sure, you might have a bigger frame window or whatever to hit it, but you have to wait a lot longer as well. As Wes opening another cannon, presumably doing a cannon goal, or the goal that we saw him check off the other time, which was shooting to the Y blue without wall kicks, but it seems like he's going to be doing the wall kicks here.
Alright, I'm checking around the board once again. We've got open 3 unique cannons, getting amped in 2 different stages. This is really interesting. So this board is like there's a lot of water, there's a lot of JRB, there's also a lot of coin collections. We've got even down here in the bottom right corner, we have collect CCM 100s without using the fade warps, which, by the way, that heats up so much time not being able to use those fade warps.
It does indeed. Personally, I'm really liking was it like row 4, as you see. ONOISE getting that 120 coin goal
Nice.
for that.
Oh, and there we go. We see WESDOG making his way to grab those coins from the yellow box. Looks like he will, in fact, be collecting JRB 100s with star 1 selected.
Yeah,
Unless-
column 4 and
Oh,
row 3.
he left.
Ooh. Column 4 and row 3 are my favorites, but I don't know what these runners are going to do.
Looks like Wes is actually just going to head right back into Womps here. ONOISE now
Is he
up to the
going
Womp
to-
King. Looks like he's going to be doing 100s in Womps now.
Either that or 120s in Womps. Going to be hitting that switch presumably as well for that goal, which is nicely there on the left-hand side of the board.
There's quite a bit of synergy in this board. It is fascinating. Oh, and I just found, down here we've got open 2 unique cannons. Interesting board.
Yeah.
How do
There's
you
a lot
see?
of-
How do you choose? There's so many goals that you could pick from.
True, but like I said, it is very, very hit and miss because on one hand you see something that's incredibly synergistic, but then it's paired with something absolutely horrible.
Wes wanting to do a long jump there and getting this weird bonk into a crawl as ONOISE unfortunately missing cannonless there. Gonna back that up real quick with the wild blue.
So that bonk that Wes just had is a Japanese exclusive where you can press Z and then hit into a wall, which stops Mario but doesn't make him bonk.
Interesting. Huh.
Wes could actually choose to get hit by a bullet bill right now if he really wanted to.
This is true. He's right by it. ONOISE once again setting up for Candleless here. Now, did Wes grab the 100 coin star? I'm actually not sure about that.
I think he skipped it because he doesn't need the star in terms of its number.
Right. All right, we're going to see one more coin out of the box, and that's 120. Looks like he's actually just going to be leaving Bob entirely and going back in?
I think that's to do something else. Maybe he forgot that he could do the bullet bill. Either way, his routing is very suboptimal. Sorry, Wes.
There we
yeah,
go.
He was going to get hit by a bullet bill.
Yeah, he
But it
was
seems
already
as though,
there. Dang.
Yeah. He didn't realize that he could have just taken that whilst he was in there. That's what's good about column 2. You can see the get hit by the bullet bill and 120 coins in one stage. Obviously, Worms Fortress is the perfect candidate to tick both of those off because Worms Fortress is just chock full of coins. As Wes is now going to be doing the JRB chest star without swim strokes, and you can see just how painfully slow this is. We're going to be sat here a while, folks.
The time it takes for Mario to swim. You know, I've heard somebody say it before, and honestly, I can agree with them. You can absolutely tell the difference between a high-level runner and a, like, not-so-high-level runner just based on their swims alone and how good they are. And honestly, I might agree with them there. Getting perfect swim strokes in this game is not easy.
It is true. Even top players will miss swims occasionally, especially if they're not paying attention or if they're talking whilst doing it, as Wes pounds another one. So presumably that is him doing the blue coin switch goal.
All right, it looks like we're going to see ONOISE hopping into JRB as well.
Hopefully we can see a more coherent path being followed by one of these runners at least. We were able to tell who's doing what. It seems like ONOISE is going to be doing the top row where you get the 100 coin in JRB without selecting anything other than star 1. I don't know why I said that in such a convoluted way.
I think he's letting the eel out.
It's a very strange decision because it's not needed for that goal. But
is he gonna dive off the ship?
Perhaps. That seems like it would be a thing to do.
It does look like he's having a little bit of trouble getting the eel out of there. Gonna have to get a little closer to that eel and then turn around. There we go. That's better. Oh, but going straight up.
It's not gonna be. Yeah, he doesn't need to go up that high. There's a certain point, and it's very far down actually, where Unagi will leave the ship and you can just go in immediately. Going all the way up to the top is safe. It does let you know that you have definitely exited his radius, but hey, it's a little bit of a time loss. But he's in the ship now. That's all that really matters. He's collecting the chest bubbles in order. As Wes is doing his CCM, jumping down to the wall kicks will work. Hopefully they will work for him.
Nice triple jump through the fence there and some beautiful wall kicks into the star.
It's interesting to look at the star counts for both of these runners. ONOISE having 10 stars already, without even heading to Dark World. And Wes is on 7, going back into BLB.
There we go. We see ONOISE going to be opening another cannon here. And then
As Wes seemingly is about to do the BLB King Star to unlock the cannons. It's a very interesting design choice, but we'll see what happens with it. And get your guesses in, or your ratings in, for this dive off the ship.
let's see a good one, ONOISE. I'm ready. Oh, he really wants to hit that triple.
Jump.
Oh, beautiful. You know,
very nice.
A little shaky at the start, but honestly, I think I can give that one about a 7 or an 8. He really made sure to get a triple jump dive off of that ship.
I think it was a 7.5. He didn't start out very well, but he got a clean entry. He didn't make much of a splash, I think.
True, true. All right, we've got ONOISE hopping into Bob-omb, as we've got Wes actually also hopping back into it as well. As you mentioned, probably going to be opening the cannon. There we go.
ONOISE going to be pounding the stumps. There is a goal that says the 6 stumps that you can pound. There's 5 of them here in BOB and 1 in THI as well.
It's just so many ground pounds to do. Oh, a little bit of a bonk there from ONOISE. Sir, not quite the best. Not really what you want to see. But there we go. That's going to be 5 pulls ground pounded there from ONOISE. Only going to be needing 1 more as Wes now into Dark World.
A very late appearance for this stage.
It looks like ONOISE will be joining him now. I'm very intrigued. I have a feeling, maybe, potentially, ONOISE might be doing row 4, column 3, but could also potentially be doing top left, bottom right in column 3.
Alternatively, top left, bottom right, and row 1. This is taking the burn, though.
Unfortunate there from ONOISE. That will be a death as WESDOG lines up for another Bowser throw. Gonna be nailing it right on the bombs.
Confirmed not blowing himself up into any more, so that goal is out of the window. ONOISE's second try, looking very good in this Dark World, making it through expeditiously.
There we go. Trying to get amped. There we go. And that will be being amped in 1 stage. I can only assume ONOISE is pretty confident about those different clock speeds for Reds and TTC. We're going to see Wes here kick slide back through another door. Sorry, Chaboom. My bad.
Oh no, I was just saying the same thing.
You go, ONOISE gonna be taking the Dark World Red Star. Gonna have a nice count of 11. Wes, we see hopping back into JRB, but taking a quick pause to look at the board.
Seeing something he doesn't like, presumably. Yep, he's out of there. Probably saw the goal that he wanted to do, but quickly changed his mind after realizing how long it might take. And he is moving on to the basement as ONOISE is grabbing the key from the first Bowser and probably will be doing the same very shortly. As you see Wes continuing his trend of errant paths on the bingo board, not sure what he's gonna do. So how the hell does ONOISE? Oh, sorry about that.
I would consider that PG-13. That's fine. Don't you worry, sir.
Yeah, I'm just really cautious about it because I know how some people view the word when it has religious context.
Well, that's fair, but I think in that instance it definitely depends on where it's used. But I totally get where you're coming from. It's very thoughtful of you.
Thank you.
Let's see. We've got Wes hanging from some monkey bars in the pyramid. We've got ONOISE talking to another toad and heading into Lethal Lava Land. And bleh words. And Wes going for another unique blue coin here.
Seemingly trying his best to do every single objective that is given to him on the board. Having a little bit of a tour of the base of the pyramid, looking for which way to go.
Wants to get to the other monkey bars. Here we go. Also going to be taking an amp. Very interesting. I don't believe I saw him get amped in Dark World, so that is a missed opportunity for WESDOG here.
True, but there are plenty of others that you can get amped in, Fire Sea being a very prominent example.
There we go. We've got Wes. He is now hung on both of the monkey bars here in SSL. Not quite sure where he's going from here. And it looks like he will go into the IROC stage. Kind of risky on that jump kick there, but luckily he did make it in the hole. Now, if you direct your attention to row 2, column 1 here, defeating 3 mini-bosses. Once Wes defeats the IROC here, that will actually be his 3rd mini-boss. He's taken out King Babam, taken out the Womp King. This will be his 3rd.
Oh, but IROC's not giving it to him easily, doing the invincible pounds across the stage, just delaying the inevitable slightly.
All right.
Wes seemingly eyeing up column 2, row 2, as those are the most completed sets of objectives that he can do.
Oh no, he's going to be the first runner here to 15. Oh. Nope, just kidding.
Nope.
He just wanted to talk to Toad. You know what? That's
Yep.
fair.
And it does allow him to reach 15 stars in a stage, which spawns MIPS more quickly.
That's right. That's right, silly brain. Oh, ONOISE once again trying to go for left side emergency exit. Just not working for him today, unfortunately.
I wonder where that one boulder was going, because there is one boulder out of like 256 that like hugs the wall and goes all the way down to the West missing the triple jump, goes all the way down to the door where you normally go in to do the elevator clip. I know it's a bit of random trivia, but there you go.
Random trivia is a lot of fun, especially when it comes to video games. I very much enjoy it. Oh, no, ONOISE missing MIPS here, unfortunately. Wes now out of SSL, going to be hopping into Lethal Lava Land here.
Gonna be picking up that red coin star, presumably. As MIPS is now in the hands of one Super Mario. Going to be going through the door. Not on the first attempt, however.
Oh, just
Second
a
attempt.
little to the right.
Yeah, slightly off course. Getting a slide kick through the door. If he really wanted to do that objective right now, he could. But was also going to be talking to Toad. Another slight miss from ONOISE, slightly to the right again. Would probably be best to, well, I would have said probably be best to wait a little bit before doing the punch, but getting it the 3rd try and through the 30-star door, the easier door on the 1st try, and into DDD, he heads Wes in HMC, going to be doing a couple more stars in here, presumably to finish off the 16-star route and make his way into where ONOISE is currently. Getting bodied by the boulder.
Oh,
very
goodness.
high up there, but landing on a surface that is flat enough to be unslippable. And now going to be going down to Swimming Beast in the cavern, presumably to do it without any clips.
Looking good on those swims here. Now, I'm curious, does he know how to get up the slope without talking to Dory? And it
seems
looks like he does.
Yeah, does it very successfully on the 3rd attempt. Very difficult frame perfect jumps.
There we go. WESDOG now 2 goals away from 2 bingos already. Needing to talk to at least 1 or 2 more Toads and then chuck all the Chuckias that happen to be upstairs.
There's one in Wet Dry World, one in Tiny Huge Island, and one in TTM, and one in Bowser in the Sky. There are plenty that he can choose from.
There are so many. There's a lot more than you'd really realize that there are.
You're going to be talking to the different Toads as well. Hopefully they will be in enough quantity to check off that objective. They should be. Talk to the one in the lobby. Talk to the one that's over there, bonking into the wall where MIPS is currently going. picking up the bunny on the second attempt. He's got the 5 different toads. Yeah, he's gonna talk to the one that's right there now, and presumably take that off. He did the one in JRB, I'm presuming, the one in Wom's Fortress, the one in the lobby, that one, and did I say the one in HMC? I don't think I did.
I don't know if you said it or not, but yeah,
whatever.
he did talk to that
I
one.
think he's done all 5.
Beautiful.
And even if he wasn't, there was one upstairs for him to talk to as well. But he's through, and he's going to be going into DDD and then Fire Sea, where ONOISE is currently finishing up. ONOISE, if he wants to get as far away from West as possible, he'll have to hurry up.
Yeah, ONOISE, unfortunately, the lines that he picked, a lot of those goals are in upstairs, and in one of them even in Tippy.
Which allows him to get a bit of a pseudo lead, having already completed Fire Sea by the time Wes is in Dire Docks missing a swim. But he has to go and do a bunch of very random things that usually just have no cohesion. And you normally wouldn't do them in any run, 16, 70, 120, unless you were actively trying to.
Well, that's honestly, like, that's kind of how I like to think about these, the bingo board and what you do here. You're doing a 16-star run, but like with a bunch of other extra steps.
I always do enjoy when the big THI painting makes it so that it like zooms into the picture instead of just being on the very end of it. Always very satisfying to see that happen. As ONOISE exits course and heads back up, presumably to go to a different place.
There we
He's
go.
talking to another toad. That's going to be his 5th. Wes is making his way to first cycle on Fire Sea. The green demon catches up with him, but thankfully this one is more of an angel. Grants him an extra life, and he is on his way over the sinking and rising platforms.
Oh!
Trying to get amped. Ooh, getting a burn though.
Oh no! Oh no, it's not
ONOISE
quite
falling
getting the ledge
down.
grab that he wanted there. Little unfortunate.
As Wes seemingly going for another triple bingo attempt. Not too sure on his reasoning, but he's got a bit of a commanding lead. Although that lead could very quickly shrink, as ONOISE only needs 3 more to be complete. Whereas if Wes wants the triple bingo, he's going to need to do 3 more that are a little bit out of the way. Especially with that, ooh, it's falling down again.
Oh no! ONOISE just slipping and sliding ever
Taking
so
another
far now.
fall. Bonking into the sign as well. It could not get any worse. Well, I say that. It definitely could. He could die. But it could not get any worse at the current moment. Falling all the way down, bonking into a sign with a very tiny hitbox. It's so unfortunate to see that happen.
All right, we've got Wes heading out of Fire Sea here. Has 16 stars. Oh no, he's
Oh,
taking a
it's
small
happened
spill
again.
again. Wes does need to chuck 3 Chuckyas here.
Well, I said Wes had a commanding lead. That lead just continues to grow as ONOISE cannot find his bearings, it seems. Wes into wet dry roll, looking to throw that purple monster up at the top.
Get a nice triple jump there. Perfectly spacing that
flip
side
right, yep.
flip.
Picks him up and
Bang
chucks the Chuckya. Not caring about the coins. Could have taken a big fall damage death, but
Oh!
ONOISE taking a bonk on an exposed ceiling. Those ceilings are everywhere along that log. Poor geometry
ONOISE.
construction.
Yeah, ONOISE just having a very unfortunate time here in Tall Tall Mountain. Just not getting what he wants. Oh!
Ooh, nearly falling off again. Thankfully, his going for the double jump saved him by giving him a wall kick. He's going to be heading up. He's probably going to be dying with the monkey again, now that he knows how to do it properly. Picking him up as Wes picks up the Chuckya.
There's 2 Chuckyas for Wes here. Hopefully ONOISE does not accidentally free the monkey. That would be unfortunate.
into the water he goes. Wes off the side as well. Both runners taking deaths at virtually identical times for very different reasons.
All right. Ono is going to be the first one getting set for these BLJs. WESDOG now heading into Tall Mountain to chuck that third and final chuckya.
Or at least attempting to. It is a very small painting, and he takes a bonk on the top of it. Also ground pounding as well. Doesn't even need to do that. He can just do what he's doing right now, getting the breeze and flying right up to the chuckya to throw him off the edge. Or throw himself off the edge as it happens.
All right, Ono is going to be attempting TTC Reds in slow time as Wes just needs to connect these BLJs and get through bits.
The first set of BLJs are looking good. The second one on the endless stairs, notably easier because you do not have to reset every 5 seconds if you fail them. But in the darkened hallway, trying to get the BLJs to catch on the right side so as not to enter wet dry world accidentally.
Roger that, Anime.
Taking a sweet time as ONOISE is slip sliding around, flopping about on the platforms. And ONOISE seemingly deciding to go top down for the remainder of the Reds, which is a smart decision. The cubic platform's nearly throwing him off, seemingly very unfriendly. WESDOG gonna reset his BLJ lineup.
We've got another red coin collected there for ONOISE. Grabbing these coins in any time but stopped is always a challenge.
As Wes finally nails his BLJ, slightly clipping into the pillar in the corner.
Very
Another
nice.
3 for ONOISE.
Not a bad start. 2 more red coins left.
But if we are to believe what we're being told by our eyes and our brain, Wes probably will take this game too and be on his way to the next round. Although ONOISE technically also will be as well into the losers bracket.
Oh,
or is that
sorry.
a different
no,
tournament?
it's just single elimination.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm thinking of something else.
Probably like
My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. It's like oh no! ONOISE with the death after all those red coins!
All that work for nothing. I'm so sad I reverted to my British accent. Wes going into throws now. Surely a second victory and a clean sweep of the rounds.
Alright, we've got Wes here ready. Ooh, 4 red coins this time for ONOISE. A very nice start. That's 1 throw for WESDOG.
And the second one, going to be going for the trifecta, getting all the regrabs this time. Will the third throw be successful? He's going to wait, but it's slightly to the left. We'll have to retry. That is the first throw that he's missed. He said he was struggling with them. Apparently that was false information. The commentators were lied to pre the game as he hits 6, 4, 7.
Yeah, it looks like WESDOG's throws, while in practice may not have hit, have happened to matter where it counts the most. And that is, in fact, going to be game
Let's go, baby.
2 for WESDOG.
ONOISE trying his best to get that last red coin. That seems to be very, very elusive on the far end of the spinners. Going to be taking another trip back up to the top.
Noise is a very crazy person if they are doing what I think they're doing.
They're very close. They've already gotten, they're almost there. They also almost had it before, but unfortunately took a spill after collecting 6 of them.
Oh no.
But welcome on in to the booth, WESDOG. That is going to be your game here, taking it 2-0. How you feeling today?
That board was much rougher out of the gate compared to the last one. I could not figure out for the life of me what to do or where to go. And honestly, if I didn't see Noise check off that 120 coins in a stage box, I was about ready to start doing the JRB 100s with star 1 selected. So ironically, Noise kind of saved me.
Well, to be fair, if you did get JRP 100s with 1 star selected, or star 1 selected, you could have also collect 100 coins in one stage. Still could have done both.
True.
But regardless, with the route that you did end up picking, it's pretty speedy. Honestly, for me, looking at this board, so many of the goals had some level of synergy. I had a really hard time deciding which would be really good or not. Beautiful BLJs from ONOISE.
You're gonna see him finish a lot closer to West on this occasion than last time. Had to wait an entire 6 minutes the last time, but a little bit more expeditious in his forays this time, getting amped in a 3rd stage, not that he really needed to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have on my board, let me see, I have 2 columns, 3 rows, and 1 diagonal marked off. I could not figure out for the life of me where to go, but I think once I got down to basement and realized everything that was all so close together, that helped out a lot. At least for row 2 and column 2.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff, sir.
Thank
You are
you.
through to the next round, and you gotta be feeling good about that.
Yeah. Who will I be facing in the next round, Anime?
I will let you know as soon as ONOISE finishes up these throws and we bring him in and talk to him.
Seems like it might be casual since they're saying that in the chat.
Got 1 throw from ONOISE. That's 2. Very nice. I do have to say, Wes, your throws seemed really good, despite you saying they missed during practice.
What can I say, man? It was the inner Aaron Truitt gene.
Did catch that from your first set of Bowser throws. And that will be 3 for 4 on the final Bowser from ONOISE here. GG's to both racers. We do have ONOISE in the chat now. Welcome on back in. GG's with your match. Unfortunately, Wes did finish first here. We'll be taking the game, but what's your opinion on this match, this specific race? How'd you feel about this one?
I have several strong words about this board. This board can go die in the ditch. I just, for the life of me, could not figure out any kind of row or column or something where I could even do all of the things.
It was
So
honestly, this was such a messy board. There
I
were
don't know.
there were a handful of things that would like sync up really well, but then you look
Yeah.
at the rest of them and it's like, wait, that sucks.
It's
Yeah.
very, very hit and
Take a
miss.
death to drowning? Alright, I'm gonna take a 2 minute, or like, is it 1 minute 40 seconds or something?
Well,
that
it
takes to drown?
depends. It depends. Did you go into the water after taking damage?
That's what I was about to say. You can just.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
you
you
can
only need to
damage
take
yourself.
the death by drowning. You can get hit as much as you want.
True.
You can just.
Now,
damage
Noise,
yourself
I'm gonna
as
tell you
much.
what I told these guys. I was all over the place. This board was basically as scrambled as my remaining brain cells because of this run. I was getting ready to do column 5. I went into JRB. It was expecting to do 100s plus with star 1 selected. But yeah, I saw the first thing you did was check off 120 coins in one stage, and I'm like, wait, Womp's Fortress. And then I looked at the rest, like Bullet Bill, Womp's Fortress, JRB. Oh, I could see it piecing together. Okay, I'm going back to Womp. So ironically, you unfortunately helped me.
Yeah. No, that's yeah. That makes sense. Also, for defeat 3 mini-bosses, I was not sure what counts as a mini-boss. Anything that triggers the
So-
mini-boss
Yes.
music, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I know there's the all bosses category, but I figured by mini boss it meant that like one where you had to talk to them and then they spawn the star. So it'd be the King, King Bob-omb, King Womp, Wiggler, and IROC, right?
Correct,
Wiggler.
Mundo.
Those are
Yeah.
those are the 4.
Correct,
Yeah.
Mundo, sir.
Because I know in the all
According to
bosses
you-
category they count the bullies, the chill bully and the big bullies,
Yeah.
but I figured that wasn't. I figured that didn't qualify.
Yeah, and because that's like a different objective, so I was like, okay, that doesn't make sense. But also, according to your Wikipedia, the Manta actually, according to in-game files, is classified as a boss.
You know what? To be fair, those rings are absolutely tragic.
Yep.
That's
But I don't know how you would
that's a-
defeat them, so.
That's
Yeah,
a boss fight in
true.
and of itself.
Unfortunate
through
there
those
for
rings.
sure.
Ah, man. GG's was. You did great. I did
Yeah.
not. But it was fun. I always say you either farm wins or you farm clips, so I hope I at least made for some good content.
Hell yeah.
No, you honestly, both of you did great. Like, ONOISE, I could really see the 70-star runner coming out if you like going for
Mhm.
all the quick stars and womps, and just coming into like Dark World multiple times with way more stars than Wes. And again, nothing bad with that at all. I'm just like, oh man, he's got that muscle memory going.
And it could
Yeah.
have really
Yeah,
turned out
no,
a
I was
lot.
not gonna lie. Oh, sorry, Shaboom, go for it.
I was about to say it was it could have really turned out a lot different, especially in the second game, where if just one more thing had gone right for you, then you probably could have had a shot at winning and forcing a game 3. But as it happens, that's just not how it goes.
Yeah, for example, if I didn't die on 7 red coins in TTC.
I was so
That
sad. I
was
was like, he
tragic.
was right there. Ah!
Yeah,
That hurt.
noise. I was very much afraid coming into this matchup because I saw that you were a 70-star runner with a PB better than I was, and the last race I saw was Mr. Wah and another person. I can't remember, but I'm 95% confident they don't have as much experience with the game, or at least as good at PBs as we both do. So I thought, oh crap, they're on my level, maybe even a notch better. I really got to step up here.
And it looks like you did indeed step up and take it to the table.
Yeah, you did. Good job.
As you see on the bracket here, ONOISE, unfortunately, that will be the end of this for you. But I want to thank you so much for coming on in and participating. And I hope you had a lot of fun. I know personally I really enjoy these bingo matches.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you for hosting. And thanks for the custom goals, because I don't wanna disrespect the standard bingo goals that
They're
are floating around.
garbage.
I don't even know. I don't know. I don't
I'll
know
do
who
it
made
for
them,
you.
so I don't want to offend anyone. But yeah, yours are better. So props to you. And
Thank you,
I think Malk,
thank
who
you,
also helped,
Okami BW, for the original goals and the ideas, and also shoutouts to Malkirian for being the 5-head and balancing the goals and making them even better. Oh my gosh! So as said, Wes, you will be moving on, and as
Does it look like I'm taking on the
looks
1
like-
seed?
it does look like you will in fact be taken on casual. So
And
that'll
I
be-
can't see it because it's a little too far away. Does that say, is that a 1 next to their name?
it's a 1 because he got first place last year, correct?
Oh, great. Oh, God. Now I really got to step it up.
Yeah, so I can't. I'm missing my numpad, otherwise I would hit Control Plus again. But new keyboard, no numpad. Still waiting on it.
I know Blue said he wanted us to meet up in the semifinals, but I highly doubt that's going to happen now.
Oh, don't worry, you got this. I was just like your, I was your XP farm. Now you're leveled up. Now you can take on. Anyway,
You were you were the boars I killed in the forest repeatedly so I could level up.
yes, I was indeed killed repeatedly in a forest by you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
All right. Well, runners,
I gotta
once
go to
again,
bed.
please go follow the runners. Please go follow the commentators. Everybody there, amazing Mario runners. Check them out. Good stuff. I want to thank you all for coming in to this match. Now, we are going to be having another match. It does say 7:30, which is like an hour from now. I'm gonna go check with the runners. I'm gonna see if 7 p.m. would be okay, so there's not as much of a wait time. But I will be hopping out of the booth here once again. Jaboom, thank you for commentating. ONOISE and WESDOG, thank you so much for racing. I appreciate you guys.
Shoutouts to the
pleasure.
Shrek dog here.
So cute.
Noise, GG's, man. It was a pleasure. Chaboom and Anime. I'm gonna go back and watch the VOD. Thank you, Anime, for hosting, and Chaboom. Looking forward to listening to your sexiness.
Woo! Spicy.
Yeah, same. GG's. It was fun. See you next time.
Yeah.
At the very least, I hope we'll see each other on CCG.
Woo!
Oh yeah, definitely.
Peace.
See you.
GG's, everyone.
Alrighty, we are here now. I'm going to once again transition back to the amazing musicalness. And while we're there, I'm going to talk to the other runners. So don't go away. We've got more Mario Bingo action coming up shortly. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome on back. It is time for our second Mario Madness bingo match of the day. We have the BARINADE versus NICKBUSH. And depends on where you look. It's either NICKBUSH PP or NICKBUSH 24. Welcome on in, gamers. It looks like I did, in fact. Oh, no, it just turned dark. Hope everybody is doing well at the moment. Wes, we have Wes coming in from the last match to cover comms for this match. Again, this match starting a little earlier than expected, but nothing wrong with that. How you doing, Wes?
I am doing great, Anime. It is still Mario Day. I did not know there was going to be a double header, let alone a potential opening for commentary. Honestly, couldn't have asked for a better way to conclude this excellent Friday. And just because also I'm now live on camera, I'm taking this victory shot for the last match. Victory / pre-com shot. Because as everybody knows, commentary is a very nerve-wracking thing. So we're going to loosen up a little bit.
It can be, not gonna lie, before today's match, I did 100% have a nice bottle of red, white, and blue, and it's definitely helped. So I feel that. I know exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
We do have both of our runners in the booth with us today. Nick, how you doing, man?
Kind of nervous. Glad to have my first bingo match on Mario Day.
You know what? The funniest thing is I got the two matches lined up. I started when I was like, is this day okay? And it's like, all right, it is. And then the second one I lined up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, these matches are like really close to each other. And then just today, Chaboom messaged me and was like, oh man, got to make sure everything's good for Mario Day. And I'm like, oh my gosh, whoa, it's Mario Day. I don't know how I forgot that.
Happy Mario Day.
But yeah, two Mario bingo matches on Mario Day. What a treat. What a treat.
It's going to be a whole Mario weekend, really.
What more could you ask for?
It's going to be great. And we have the BARINADE in the chat as well. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm also very, very nervous. I've got my hand sweat towel ready so that my grip on my controller remains professional, and I'll be able to clutch out some good gameplay. It's my plan today.
Sweat towels in speedrunning is like definitely underrated. I would absolutely recommend having a sweat towel. It has helped me a lot when I've done minimum capture runs, trying to do all those nut jumps. Your hands get very sweaty.
Very true. Very true. I'm going to be powering through the sweat, so to speak.
Woo! All right. Well, we've got what appears to be both of our runners on the main screen here. So
apparently people couldn't hear BARINADE just now.
Weird. Should I turn everybody up to 200?
Don't turn me up to 200. I am very loud.
That's a trick question. Everybody's already up to 200.
Woo!
Yeah.
Amazing.
Do you want to do a little sound check? Sound check 1, 2. Hopefully I sound all right.
1, 2, 1, 2. Epic. All right. Well, hopefully all the sounds and things are working properly. Let me just... He had the wrong stream audio. Rest in pieces.
Oop.
Rest in pieces. Unfortunate. All right. Nick, are we ready?
Yep.
All right. BARINADE, are we ready?
Ready as ever.
Excellent. All right, Wes, if you could go ahead and count them down.
All right. I will be counting down from 3. Do your resets. I assume we're doing reset and not file select?
Yeah, resets. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The reason we had to do file select the other day is runner, we had to do Nintendo Switch Online, which doesn't really have a good fast reset.
Wow.
So we just did file select. That's all. But
Random
yeah,
platform.
reset, standard Mario procedures.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right. So I'll be counting down from 3. Reset on the word go. Good luck and have fun to the both of you. We're looking forward to a good race.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
All right, good luck.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck, runners. Good luck, good luck.
Just wait for the video feeds to catch up.
Beautiful.
There we go.
All right, let's reveal this board. Let's see what these it's a blank board. Let's go. Hold up. There we go. Why? I don't know why this does this with every new board, but this should be the correct board. We're going to refresh it. Let's reveal this board. Let's see what these it's a blank board.
And it's blank
go.
again. Hopefully they can see the board.
Bruh. Board.
I don't think
Okay.
all right. Can hear us. There we go.
We got this.
Okay, so
Wonderful.
return the wrong penguin. I love it. Touch all the mushrooms in the first area.
TTM Reds area. You are you looking at the browser? Because I did link you the room. Just want to make sure.
Oh, I'm not looking at the browser. I'm looking at the Discord feed.
Try that again.
All right, let me see here. I'm trying to think of what are some good ones. Return the wrong penguin seems to be quick and easy. I don't know if I'm allowed to like give racer analysis, or I should go, ew, this board looks good, or ew, this board looks disgusting.
Oh, you absolutely can, dude. I mean, you just participated in a board. You can even compare them to your recent runs.
Oh, BARINADE taking the moat. Unless, is there swim under the
There
bridge?
is
Okay.
indeed swimming under the bridge at the start. We're going to see BARINADE check mark that off immediately. Now, the question is he just going to... He will just talk to Lakitu. Amazing. Nick also already talking to a toad. Lots of talking already happening at the beginning of this race.
You know, unless I'm mistaken here, when I was practicing earlier today, I collected a star in BOB and then went back outside to do bridge under the bridge at the start because I forgot about it. And Lakitu wasn't there anymore. I saved and quit, went back into the file, swam under the bridge, and Lakitu wasn't there. So I think once you get to the castle, Lakitu is gone. I never knew that.
Yup, 100%. Nick there, unfortunately, having a little bit of trouble with the bomb clip. BARINADE going right through the bomb, but able to grab the bomb this time. We'll be getting that first star a little faster than Nick here, taking some ground pounds on the pole.
See, BLJ into Wet Dry World, well, I love that goal for comedic purposes. If that's you, well done, Anime.
That is in fact me. You're welcome.
I love that for comedic purposes, but I don't know if that's the best goal to go for, because I've seen plenty of instances where people BLJ on the far left and they just can't get into Wet Dry World. So I wonder if they were doing under the bridge just to get something on the board, or if they possibly are eyeing column 5, because I can tell you LLL is pretty easy for 1-ups. Always a good place to stack 1-ups. We saw me do Beast in the Cavern without clips earlier, so if perhaps BARINADE was taking the notes, that's good. And then 4 different non-star spawning toads. Ooh, I didn't even know there was specific toads there.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a difference on a couple of these goals here. For the toads, at least, there's talk to 6 toads, and then, well, and other numbers as well. And then there's also talking to non-star spawning toads, which means, you know, obviously, you can't talk to them, but if there's the ones that just says talk to toads, then you can absolutely talk to any star spawning toads. And you see BARINADE there, unfortunately, missing Alice that first try. Will go for that again. Oh, and just barely missing.
Yeah, the last try, they got a firstie, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them. Then it was a little too low. This looks, too far to the right, and
we're just going to see
it. Take a warp up. Is there a warp goal here on the board?
There is a getting wild blue without wall kicking goal. So that's there. Unless, where's he headed? Oh no. I think BARINADE's just having a little bit of trouble here moving around through womps.
Yeah, there is collect wild blue without wall kicking on row 3. I wonder what the strategies are going to be for these guys here. I didn't know if for racing, if it would be the best to just go ahead and start doing the run and then start figuring out the goals as you go, or if it's just worth taking that extra time in the very beginning to analyze everything and then say, all right, I've got my route, let's do that.
Yeah, see, honestly, that's a really good question. And it kind of applies through both, not only SM64, but for those of you who know, I also do a Super Mario Odyssey bingo tournament. And while both of the games do have some areas where you can just, you know, autopilot your way through it, you know, sometimes it's like, do you want to just autopilot your way through 16-star while you figure out what to do? Or do you, like, you know, really want to be paying attention as you're moving through here? There we go.
ended up going the autopilot route. I'm surprised. Yeah.
No, both runners
Oh.
just having trouble collecting Wild Blue without using the wall kicks. I'm actually very fascinated that you chose to use the cannon. Because while on one hand it is a lot safer, it technically does take a little more time.
So
There we go.
So in both races we did have the goals that was open up unique cannons. So decided to get 2 birds with 1 stone, open the cannon and get Wild Blue without using the cannon. But I'm surprised BARINADE, at least that second go around, they did it that second time going down the pole. I'm surprised they tried the wall kick strat when they could have just saved up a little bit more time by just doing a simple jump kick. And if when you jump kick, you don't grab poles or ledge grab, so they could have just fallen straight down.
That is true. We saw ooh, a beautiful, I think, first try Owlish there from NICKBUSH. BARINADE going again and just sliding off once more. Not the best.
Little too far back on the platform. That's a good jump. That was a go right. Whew.
There we go. We're not going to talk about how long that took. We don't want to talk about that.
Okay, so
Alright.
both racers have elected to go for collect Wild Blue without wall kicking. That can leave them with going for row 3, which isn't too bad. Elevator tour without using an elevator. Is that wait, elevator tour. Is that what stage is elevator tour?
That's LLL.
Okay.
So
Elevator-
it's
oh,
it's the
okay.
elevator star, but without using the elevator.
Yeah, so without using the lava boost to get on the elevator, so you'd have to climb up the volcano and, oh my gosh, take a long jump onto one of those platforms.
That's
that would be
right.
gutsy.
That's right.
Honestly, not too much of a time waster.
It's not like if you know how to get up there really quick or you know how to do lava boost, it's really not too big of a time loss, but you do have to make sure that you line up your long jump and not just absolutely crash into the lava.
I will say, lava boost or no lava boost is a pretty big learning curve. Otherwise, climbing the volcano honestly isn't too much of a time loss there. Nice triple jump up to the fortress by Nick.
Beautiful. We've already got 7 stars from Nick here. BARINADE sitting at a comfy 5, wanting to get a kick there and unfortunately just diving into the wall. There we go. That's what he wanted.
Loving all the Toad talks. My sincerest apologies, by the way, for my Toad violence earlier tonight, Anime. I am very pro Toad violence, but in the world of bingo, it's kind of ruthless. It's basically the purge out here.
See, BARINADE doing a ground pound there. Probably not quite what he wanted. Oh, dude, I love when Mario decides to not backflip. It's great. It's so good.
Fantastic, actually.
All right, we've got Nick collecting a red coin there. I'm going to be collecting another one. Might be
Looks like they're going for CCM Reds.
I think that is the case. We already have 3 of those red coins. Oh, that was a little sketchy there from Nick. Luckily not falling to his death there. It looks like we are going to see BARINADE heading over to JRB. Nick
What
almost
would they be-
sliding off the edge there. BARINADE going in just to talk to that Toad real quick.
What would they be going for in JRB? There's nothing JRB specific here on the board. So,
There was
they
the
went in there to
Toad.
talk to the Toad. Yeah,
There was
so they
the
must
Toad,
have just
though.
talked to the Toad.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're already out and opening up CCM. They just went in there to go talk to the Toad.
One more red coin here from Nick. Gonna be playing it safe, grabbing the coin before long jumping, and will be checking off the CCM red star.
You know, it does technically just say CCM Reds. Does it say CCM Reds and get the star, or could they just get all 8 red coins and technically that's a check mark?
The intention is grab the star.
I figured. I mean, you're already right there if you're taking the CCM Reds route.
It's actually, I'm pretty sure it's a goal I actually took from the original bingo board, if I remember correctly. But yeah, that was a little while ago, about 2 years at this point now. We got NICKBUSH heading in to Dark World as we've got BARINADE taking the baby penguin to his mama.
You know, I'm starting to wonder now. Maybe hindsight is 20/20, but is it worth even opening up the JRB door just to talk to Toad because you're wasting all that time with? Oh, Nick taking a booty burn, but just staying on the edge.
You know, it's really going to depend on if you know where the other Toads are. And again, you know, most of the Toads are more visible than not, but if you know for sure that the Toad is over there in JRB and you're not sure about the rest of them, it's probably a safer bet to grab what you know than try to run around and not be able to find what you're looking for.
Yeah, because I just realized there's that Toad in the upstairs between TTM and SL, and it's just right there in the lobby. So JRB, while you're right, it's like if you know it's there, then go for it. But if you can save yourself just even those 8 seconds or so of star spawn, maybe not that much, but maybe like at least a few seconds, then it might be worth it. NICKBUSH having a little bit of a sketchy end to Dark World here.
There you go. A little bit of trouble with those triple jumps. The Barinade hot on Nick's heels here. Ooh, having a little bit of trouble just on some of the geometry of the level. Dark World is, you know, it's a stage. It is a stage.
It is most definitely a stage.
And Nick, unfortunately, missing a throw here. Gonna have to rethrow Bowser into the bomb. Luckily, a lot nicer rethrows when it's the first Bowser. All right, Barinade now ready to get his throw on Bowser as well. Maybe save a little bit of time over Nick. Getting a Bowser dance here. First one of the bingo tournament, I'm pretty sure. That is
Very
a nice and easy time save for the Barinade.
Time save plus with the Bowser Boogie. As we're seeing Nick apparently possibly paying attention to commentary or the race itself as they throw in Z's Bowser dance emotes.
Beautiful.
Now, so if I had to guess here, Anime, both of these runners will be going for row 3 just because they went for Wild Blue without wall kicking. But assuming everything lines up and they don't do a WESDOG and go all over the place, it looks like Nick will then be going for column 3 and Barinade will be going for column 5. We'll see how this all plays out. It looks like Nick's actually going... Well, I wonder if they went for the 1-up or... Yeah, so they're not going for the 5 1-ups. They are going to be going for the elevator star without the elevator. So, yep, column 3.
Well, I would. There's something that I'm going to actually point out, and it's something that I actually pointed out during, I believe, 2 races ago. While it does say, you know, collect 6 unique 1-ups in any single level, and the other ones do say any 5 1-ups in LL, it doesn't necessarily say you have to get them without dying. But we're going to see Nick set up for this long jump here. Whoo!
Oh, my
the
goodness.
recovery! Yeesh! Gonna be grabbing
Going
the elevator tour without using that elevator. No tour necessary.
Going straight for the star without taking the safety grab on a pole as they exclaim loudly in chat, first try, no practice.
What an absolute gamer moment here. And here we see NICKBUSH now once again collecting the 1-ups. 2 collected, now 3. Will he go for all 6 or just the 5? And you know, that's another question. Where are they? If you don't know, the 1-ups in LLL are very spread out. And the trick is finding them. We're going to see NICKBUSH grabbing one more 1-up right here. We're taking a few burns, making his way around. Grabbing a couple
some
more
coins. There we go. Now there's one more 1-up towards those big, those little bullies, if I'm not mistaken. On top of the, wooden little cove on top of there. I don't know what you would call that, just a wooden...
It's a thing.
Art. There we go.
It looks like we're seeing Barinade do the same thing. 2 unique 1-ups collected already.
All right. And so
there we go. Nick knows. He knows where the secret one is. And that is any 5 1-ups in LLL.
I forgot about that one.
It just it just hides there. So out of sight. Who programmed that?
Who knows? So now we're seeing an interesting turn here. So we can confirm Nick is indeed going for row 3, but if they're getting column 5, what could they have possibly changed up the game plan? As they're going inside the pyramid into SSL, what could they be up to?
Let's see. I'm taking a peek at the board. And I am not sure. I do see defeat 3 mini-bosses. He has already defeated one. BARINADE collecting another 1-up here. Does he know about... Ooh, might not, because I don't believe you can spawn a 1-up if you circle around that fire bar.
I think BARINADE may know about the 1-up, but since I'm not sure, well, I guess if they are going to be going for row 3 since they got the wild blue already, I guess we'll have to wait and find out. It's interesting. So Nick trying to, go for a wall kick approach up there. I don't know if I've ever seen that or even thought about that before. I've definitely never thought about it. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Very creative approach there from Nick as he's struggling to get up these little platforms.
Whoa. BARINADE just barely alive here.
Did they end up getting the 1-up or did they miss it and have to get back on the stage?
They missed it just ever so slightly. So they're gonna play it really safe, grab a few more coins, get some HP back.
I mean, you did even mention earlier that you don't have to worry about getting all the 1-ups and not die, specifically saying. So they could have possibly gone into the lava for one more burn, but I suppose, why not get the 2 birds with 1 stone and try to collect that star since it's already spawned there waiting for you.
So true. Now, this is interesting. We are seeing Nick go for the IROC. The only thing that I can see that going for, which you can now see marked on the board, is defeating 3 mini-bosses. If you recall, earlier in this race, Wait, did he go? Wait a minute. Did he kill the big Bob-omb?
I know he took out the King Womp. Did they take out the King? I'm not 100% positive. I would assume they did if they took out if they checked it on the board, but I will go back and review. Do your VODs automatically publish?
I'm wondering if... Yes, I do have it set to that. I'm wondering if maybe he thinks a bully's a mini-boss, which they definitely are not.
I will...
The last stream. We're gonna have
we
to
are getting some confirmation from Wa in the chat, but I will go back and do a manual investigation.
All right.
Quickly.
Just based on that means my brain did not fail me. BARINADE also making a great long jump there to the elevator tour star, checking that right off.
Yes. While commentators were fixated on BARINADE's failed owlless attempts, in the background, Nick did indeed take out the King Bob-omb, so they did get 3 mini bosses.
Beautiful. All right, some part of my brain knew that I had seen him still in Bob-omb. So there we go. Thank you. Oh, what's it called? Crud. I'm literally forgetting the words where you can, see over here.
Peripheral?
Peripheral. Thank you. Yeah, my peripheral vision is pretty good. Thank you, marching band.
Yeah.
All right, we've got
so
BARINADE.
Looks like BARINADE will be going for Beast in the Cavern without clips, confirming the column 5. So all they need now is this star pairing 100 with roll into the cage for TTC. A very interesting move there. This could be a tight race. I think, BARINADE will only be a couple of boxes away after this star from getting the double bingo, but TTC 100 to the roll into the cage and the monkey cage will take up some time. We'll have to see how this one plays upstairs as Nick finally talks to his final non-star spawning toad.
Going for okay, you can do that apparently. That's interesting. Didn't realize you could just ground pound in the wall. Oh, Nick having trouble getting back through the door to grab the rabbit. Here we go.
Good early grab there from BARINADE.
Both runners trying to get through the door with MIPS. Nick finally going to be the first one through. I'm very curious if we're seeing column 3, row 3, a good old plus in the center here. If we're seeing that from Nick, I wonder where he's going to go to use 1 heart to heal from 1 HP to full. Again, that's assuming he does.
In the first game, I did that in Fire Sea, so I would assume that's where they're going to go for it. I guess I did not the first game. I did that in a practice run. In a practice run, I did that in Fire Sea.
Yeah. First game you did the touch lava 4 times without dying.
Which is basically the same place I did go for using the hard to heal from 1 to full.
Makes sense. Makes
practice.
sense.
So, my apologies, commentator getting their wires crossed a little bit.
There's a lot of Mario happening. Can't blame you there.
It is Mario Day after all. Would you have it any other way?
Not at all.
Good use of the lag reduction strat from BARINADE as Nick now collects the sub-star and will find their way into Fire Sea.
Beautiful. All right, we've got Nick, the first one into Fire Sea here. BARINADE not going to be too far behind. Oh, and Nick going to be taking a death! Probably...
I like the logic there. He was trying to go for the 3 lava burn. Unfortunately, was not able to pick up any coins there and spare himself some health before getting to the heart. Hopefully, he'll be able to save himself this go-around. Okay, taking a bonk from the Goomba.
There we go.
Ah, nice.
Smart. All right, Nick gonna be healing up to full HP from 1 slice of that weird little Mario pizza. BARINADE, meanwhile, some good long jumps here through Fire Sea. Gonna be getting into Bowser stage first.
Right, so Nick actually now only, let's see, they still got to do Monkey Cage. I thought they've talked to all the non-star spawning toads, unless they didn't cross it off yet. They're maybe going upstairs to talk to a 4th one.
Potentially. I don't think I saw Nick go into JRB.
That's right, Nick did not go into JRB.
As you see there, Nick currently sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goals for the 2 lines that he may potentially doing. Meanwhile, BARINADE sitting at a nice and comfy 7. And a good throw from Nick will clear Fire Sea for both runners. BARINADE with the slight lead in terms of where they are in the castle. And a ground pound for good luck.
Love to see it. All right, so Nick, yeah, only needing to get, so they will be talking to a final toad upstairs if I had to speculate, so that won't take too long. Both of these runners will have to go for Lose Your Hat and Stand on the Monkey Cage, which will require spawning star number 2 in TTM. But I wonder what's going to be the major time difference here, Anime. Killing 9 unique large Goombas in presumably THI or TTC 100s with roll into the cage. We'll have to see where the 120/70 skill comes into play.
All right. BARINADE going to be the first one to lose his hat here. And we see, as you mentioned already, Nick heading into Tiny Huge Island. Going to go squash some large Goombas. And that's 1.
Now, if memory serves me correctly, there are 11 large Goombas in this level, so you only have to take out 9 of them, and he's gotten 3. We'll be going for the 3 down here, so where will these next be? Where the next 3 be after this?
6 quick large Goombas for Nick here. The BARINADE, a very nice mountain clip. Great wall kick off the log as well.
Oh, nice thinking there from Nick, deciding to use the shell to navigate their way onto THI much quicker, as BARINADE is now standing proudly on top of the monkey cage. And yep, looks like they're just going to be completing this run without their hat. Mario is completely head naked right now.
A very head naked lad. Nick deciding to long jump this way. Did in fact just pass a large Goomba, but will be using that wind to his advantage to get to these 2. Whew, hopefully it does not push him too far, as BARINADE ready to do some BLJs, and Nick taking that spill out of THI. Here we go. BARINADE now into TTC stopped. We're going to pair 100 coins with roll into the cage, and I think the only tricky thing I would say about pairing 100s with roll into the cage is remembering which cage is the roll into the cage star.
Oh, yes. We won't give any spoilers, because we know at least Nick has been listening to commentary, but we'll have to see if BARINADE figures out which one they gotta go for.
100's looking pretty decent so far. We do see Nick has lost his hat as well.
They still gotta spawn that second star, but not too far away. We'll just... BARINADE's actually making some pretty good... Going pretty quickly with this 100 so far in TTC. These guys could pretty much be neck and neck. It is like a 16-star run. It might come down to BLJs.
BLJs and throws. That's what we love to see. Just a nice, tight, and close Mario race. All the good stuff. We've got 72 coins now from BARINADE. Just needs 28 more. Nick needing to stand on the monkey cage and talk to one more non-star spawning toad. 92 coins. Hopefully BARINADE does not autopilot into the star at the top, and hopefully he does know which star to grab. Though, to be fair, I do recall BARINADE saying something about 120 being a great category, so my guess, I'm hoping BARINADE knows which cage he's looking for.
Nick unfortunately took a little bit of a spill. Oh, takes another
the bigger
spill!
And the BARINADE!
Oh,
The
no!
BARINADE has taken a death as well! Oh my gosh!
And they have to pair 100s with roll into the cage, so that means they
No!
have to go for 100s all over again.
Oh
even
my
after they
gosh,
collected the
no!
star.
Oh, that is quite the fall for BARINADE! Oh,
Oh
my
my gosh.
gosh!
What looked to be a close race is now suddenly looking heavily in favor of Nick if they could just get on the cage, but they take another spill.
The cage, please! I know it's a small hitbox. You can do it. I believe. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, BARINADE getting to the 0 frame collision on the cage wall and falling down as Nick finally did stand on top of the cage and takes the death. BARINADE, unfortunately, without their hat, losing a lot of health, dropping down below as co-commentator can currently not be seen, as I'm guessing Anime is messaging somebody in Discord.
Hi, I literally keep forgetting that all the time. I am so sorry. I'm very bad at that.
Oh, Nick almost had instant BLJs there. This has got to be the most bizarre thing this commentator has ever seen in any form of a Mario race ever. 2 hatless Marios. Oh, Nick finally through the door. So now that Nick has gotten the more difficult BLJ out of the way, this looks like it's their race to lose at this point. We'll see how BARINADE closes this one out, assuming Nick can also get a good BLJ going here on the Infinite Staircase. Angle's a little to the left. I don't think that's wet dry worldable, though. Ooh, commentator almost speaking too soon.
Hey, you gotta be careful about that. Okay, BARINADE, once again, 100 coins. Whew. Gotta get him into the right cage.
It looks like they know exactly where they're going for the cage. They got here before. I don't know what happened earlier. Did they... Wait a minute. Are they going for the...
They are
Oh,
going
no.
for the right star. Let's go.
Oh, that's right. As time jumps on moving bars, commentator got confused.
And that's why you gotta know.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought I know, but clearly I didn't know. I just got caught in 4K here. I'm gonna hide myself in disgust now. Oh, man.
No! Come back. We can't have 2 enemies on screen. That doesn't work.
Double anime. This is clearly what the people need.
Oh, man.
Wait, yeah, did, I'm gonna assume they did casual, and we might have missed it. If they checked it off, I'm assuming they did talk to the upstairs toe, but it looks like we got some speculation here in the chat. We might need to go back for another review. I'm gonna check the the broadcast quickly to see if they did talk to the Toad at all.
Interesting.
They are both in bits, so this still could come down to the very end regardless, down to throws. BARINADE not too far behind. Nick could probably just miss 2 or 3 throws, and it's still BARINADE's game to take.
BARINADE going for the moving left. Oh, gonna be hitting the wall!
Oh, no. Let's see.
That's a death
Commentator
there
gonna
for
be-
BARINADE. Unfortunately, gonna have to hop back into bits. Nick, however, gonna be landing one more throw. One more to go.
I'm gonna guess if he did talk to the upstairs Toad, missing the throw again. He might have done it right after he finally got out of TTM. He did indeed talk to the upstairs Toad. He is good. He talked to upstairs Toad before the BLJ. Nick indeed definitely does have a double bingo. And they now has hit the 3rd throw for the game 1 victory.
GG's there for Nick. We're gonna wait until he gets that star collection. Sorry, having a little bit of troubles on my own screen, but that is going to be game 1 here for NICKBUSH. BARINADE currently just gonna wait. Looks like that's how it's gonna be, and that'll be a okay. Welcome on for NICKBUSH. BARINADE back to the booth currently. Both gamers.
GG's,
Nick,
GG's.
congratulations on your
Thank
win
you.
here. How are you feeling about the race?
Went better than I thought. Kind of annoyed at that fire seat thing, but oh well. I'm just glad I hit normal cycle because I was kind of planning to do it with the heart on the top, but then I realized, yeah, I'll just do it with the bottom one. It's easier and easier to control without the lava pool.
Yeah, it's definitely some of these goals can be really, really tricky to figure out how to do, because
Yeah.
they're really.
I actually practiced collect 6 unique 1-ups and kill 9 unique large Goombas before the race, so kind of annoyed I didn't practice stand on the monkey cage more, but oh well, it is what it is.
The monkey cage, it's such a small hitbox, and I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure you can't even grab the ledge. Like, I don't know. I haven't tried. I've only tried to get on top of it, but I feel like it doesn't even have a grabbable ledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was scared about that square.
Oh,
Well played, well
BARINADE,
played.
how are you feeling about this one, my guy?
How
Oh, man,
devastated
TikTok
did you
clock is
feel
so
in
brutal.
TTC? Yeah.
I just like
I
you
know
were.
it
It was
just
going
rolled.
so well. You had all 100s and you were ready, and just I look over and suddenly you're falling.
Yeah, I got invisible. There's so many. I don't know what developer at Nintendo decided to put all these hidden walls everywhere, but I think I want to have a word with them.
It's literally like, why did they do that? Why
But
did
I
they
was good.
choose that as a decision?
I definitely think I picked a slower column, so I realized that a little bit further in. But at that point, I was thinking, okay, well, I'm already gunning for it. I'm probably not going to try to switch anything. I did like the doubling up on the 1-ups, which is why I kind of went for this route. But
Yeah.
doing all the TTC 100 stuff, and then yeah, I think the monkey cage also was pretty slow, but
Yeah.
it was a brutal board. There's a lot of long rows and columns, and then a lot of squares that were just a bit too scary to do.
Yeah, the NA5 1-ups and LLs paired really great with collect 6 unique 1-ups, but I honestly didn't even see that one, because I think I saw I saw the cross in the middle, and I was like, I'm doing this. It was like really lucky with that board, honestly.
Yeah, I was looking at. I honestly, both of your routes, I liked both of your routes. Not gonna lie, I genuinely did. It's literally, I think it really did just come down to the unfortunate TTC meltdown. It was, you both were so close.
At least a solid minute and a half time loss there, unfortunately. This could have definitely come down to Bowser throws at the very end.
Dude, I thought something was wrong with my stick on that one throw that should have hit, but didn't go fast enough. Either way.
GG's on that round. Does anybody need to take a bathroom break or a hydration break?
I'll do
I'll get pee.
I'll do a dehydration. I'm gonna go do a dehydration and a rehydration break real quick.
Beautiful.
As it were.
I will as well. I'll be right back.
I also
we will be back, folks. But also, before everybody else comes back, make sure
maybe now's a good time to hear this word from our sponsors.
Follow the racers. Follow the commentators. Do the thing. We'll BRB. Oh, but also while we are still here, we're gonna do something else, just really quick. I gotta move some things around. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna that's gonna stay there. But we're gonna do this. We're gonna do. Hello, can I find what I want to find? Thank you. Boink. Oh. Just kidding, can't use that name. We're gonna do this. Oh boy, now everybody can see everything, and I just screwed it up. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boom 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 ba 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 da da do 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 do. There we go. We're just gonna do this really fast here.
Oh, all right.
Squish
So does it look like I'm being replaced for game 2 here?
Nope. Not at all.
Oh, we're gonna have blue with Wes.
Ooh, nice.
Woo! I'm gonna go to this restroom.
Oh, yeah, but I should have had my camera back on.
Mm.
I guess I'll have my camera off, and we'll let Anime just have.
Put that camera back on, mister.
Never. If Blue has their camera on, I will put my camera on. But if their camera is off, then I will have mine off. Also, what's up, Blue?
Yo, give me a sec.
No, don't do this, Blue.
Don't do what?
Don't do what I think you're gonna do.
I am not sure I know or think you know what I'm gonna do or what I'm gonna do.
Well, I've taken what you thought you thunk, and I'm making you use your thoughts the way you think you thoughts, the way you're thinking your thoughts are thinker they thought, I think.
I see. Makes sense.
I guess as we wait for Anime to return to from the restroom here, Barinade, with the unfortunate spill there in game 1, does this light a fire underneath you for a game 2 valiant return to give us a game 3 that we so much deserve?
Oh, you know it does. The fire is lit under my bum. I'm starting to feel the flames. My room is filling with smoke. I might pass out, but I am going to make this race one hell of a race to remember.
Pressure to get it done even quicker before death by smoke inhalation. Love the real life risky plays there. Great idea from Barinade. And Nick,
Hey,
now that you've got a...
you can do it in 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes without oxygen. You can do it in 3 minutes. More power to you.
And Nick, now that you've got a 1-0 lead, what are your thoughts coming into the second game here? Any extra pressure at all?
Still kind of nervous. Momentum is a thing. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah, my goal right now is to take the momentum from Nick. All right, that's my goal right now.
Solid goal.
Good
I
try.
just like downloaded the
Oh,
absolute wrong image. Let's go.
I accidentally
Wrong
started
images.
my
Woo.
timer.
Oh, you goose.
Yeah.
Wes, give me your PFP. Give.
What?
Give.
Wait. So
I
wait.
fucked up everything.
Oh, your Blue
Blue-
Haven is here in
Blue
the.
was
Give!
thinking the thought I was thinking the thoughts.
Unless. Unless.
Technical difficulty.
Oh,
Please
let's
hold.
go.
me
Moving
a second
everything. Let's go.
All right. All right. Here we go.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right, let's
give me a
keep it the way we are. I am blue and blue is Wes.
sec.
Indeed, we are.
All
I know
right.
it's
Sure.
peaceful.
Why not? Why not?
Alright, come on.
All right, gamers. Well, while we're chilling out here, Nick, are you ready to race?
Okay, almost, yeah.
Yeah.
Ray is all as I can be without incurring a delay game penalty.
Barinade, are you ready to race?
I'm ready.
All right, Blue Haven, if you can count them down, pretty please.
Wait, we need a new bingo card. Where's the bingo card?
Oh, you're right. Oh,
Rude.
shh. Look, you're right though. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing.
I'm ready. AnimeeArcade, are you ready?
Ah, apparently not. All right, new card generated.
Well, let's go. Okay.
Alright, let's do this.
Wait, Barinade, wet, ready?
What did you just say? Wet raid.
I said, Barinade, ready?
I'm ready.
Rent
Nick,
paid?
ready?
Yes, sir.
On
I
my
hope
count.
Barinade is both wet and ready.
True.
Or hot and ready like Little Caesars.
True that.
True. Your house is filling with fire, so you probably are hot more than wet.
Fire from the smoking hot gameplay. All right, I'm ready to go.
Alright, let's do this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Good luck to both.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck, everyone.
All right, we're taking a look at the board here. I thought we were, unless Anime needed to regenerate the board. There we go. So
Yeah,
there's another
fire.
swim under the bridge at the start. I wonder if either of them will go for that. We see another reappearance and defeat 3 mini bosses. Another wrong penguin, another LLL. Wild blue without wall kicking again. A lot of similar goals from the last round here.
Let's see, row 3 isn't that bad except the 2 bombs in Bowser 1.
Actually, I practiced that one earlier today. So my thoughts, if this is valid, is that you go into Bowser 1, you run into a bomb yourself as Mario, and you make that explode, then take the death, and then you go back in and blow up Bowser on another bomb.
Makes sense. Just some people having trouble with it in previous races, though. It is not as easy to run into that bomb as it seems.
Oh yeah, no, a good jump dive ought to do the trick, or a good long jump even.
As
Let's see.
both miss. Well, it seems Barinade missed it on purpose to get the under bridge goal.
Yeah, so Nick not going for under the bridge as Barinade does it for the second run in a row. They are just going to indeed talk to Lakitus, so we'll see. It goes. Row 1 is honestly not too bad either, especially since did they do 3 mini bosses in game 1? I can't quite remember. And is there a signs goal? There's talk to any 10 signs. So they're going to be coming out here doing an all signs run for us.
So it seems row 1 is a lock for Barinade. I doubt he goes for the second column though, with the both TDD with both caps. That would make much sense.
Yeah. Yeah, wasting all that time going into metal cap and vanish cap just for that star, unless it's an absolute emergency or something, or unless there's some other goals that can blend together with that. It just seems a little too far out of the way.
True, and also when Barinade was practicing, I know he doesn't always goes for like crossing, like saving one goal. So maybe a row 1, row 3 here. We'll see. It's still early.
Looks like
What
so they
other
will.
goal is there?
They are going to be doing that. So yeah, row 1 definitely confirmed it, not already with the signs. So there they go, taking out mini bosses. It looks like Nick is just making their way into Womp's Fortress. Probably going to be figuring out stuff along the way here. Maybe they might take some interest in the mini bosses as well. And if that's the case, wonder if that means they'll either have to go back and take care of the bridge goal, or if they're going to start going for column 4, which... What star could one possibly get while in the twirl animation? I know it's possible to do wall kicks will work, but then you'd have to kill the second Shy Guy in SSL to get that star.
Could also be in TTM getting the Shy Guy onto the Mushroom Star.
Oh, so true. I forget about that one.
But the most, like the easiest one would probably be the CCM one. I really don't like this board that much. There's a lot of like bad goals on there.
Yeah, any of the goals that are get star number 1 from X different stages, I've never been a fan of those goals personally.
Because like you look at, for example, column 4, it's not that bad except the... Wait, did I miss something? Oh no, I was talking column 3, like it's not that bad except the 100 with Egu.
Yeah, oh yeah. Bonk got a bounce on a secret course, so it looks like BARINADE, we might be seeing it on the video feed here momentarily. Yep, the slide is indeed a secret course, so good for them for bonking.
So it seems column 4 and row 1 for BARINADE.
Yeah, it should be quick and easy. 2 laps around the house in BBH is not too hard, and we did already see them do 100 coins in TTC, so it does not surprise me they would want to take that back up again, perhaps as a redemption arc. And they've already got a break, I believe, let me think, at least 4 boxes, 5 boxes for the coins, and then the 6th one they can just get a 3-coin box somewhere lower into the clock.
And mini bosses wise, he already has the, did he get the Bob on one?
They did get Bob Bomb earlier, yes.
So you will probably get Womps and then I assume LLL perhaps? Like a bully?
Bully does not classify as mini boss. A mini boss will be defined as the boss you encounter that has a text box and then you face afterwards. So that would be the King Bob-omb, King Womp,
perhaps.
IROC and Wiggler, yeah. So probably going to see what they did last go around, they'll get King Womp and then finish it off with IROC.
Is there a better option after Womps and Bob than IROC though? Like THI Wiggler's pretty out the way.
Yeah. I mean, IROC, if you know what you're doing, is not too bad, but I can't imagine that if you were trying to go for the star and you didn't quite consistently know how to get into that block there with a jump kick or even going upstairs down the elevator, that would be a time waster. But it seems to be something that both the racers have been comfortable with tonight.
We shall see. I'm not really sure what NICKBUSH is doing.
Not sure either. They still have yet to check a box off at all. As we already see BARINADE crossing off 10 signs. Looks like they're going to be checking off their final signs here. Nick deciding to take out the spin drift. Not sure why exactly. CCM. Kill any 4 unique enemies in CCM is in column 5, so they might be going for a row 3 or a column 5 here. So there goes the spin drift. They're going to be getting ready to take out this snowman along the edge here.
If he does indeed go for row 5, get 3 stars in TDC with different clock speed isn't the fastest. But the rest... I guess he's already getting star 1 from a lot of stages, so perhaps that's what he's going for. But I think definitely if that's what he's going for, BARINADE has the better route.
Thinking, what other unique enemies would there be in CCM? One I've never had to think about. There's the spin drift, there is the snowman. What other enemies are there?
Spin drift, snowman, is there any other enemy? It's 4 unique enemies as in like individual enemies, not like types of enemies.
No, I think
So
4 does relate to different types, I would think.
Because somebody asked a question earlier in the bingo chat, and I'm pretty sure it's just like 4 separate like spin drifts. but I don't think there's 4
Oh.
different. Just not the
Okay.
same one that you respawn, let's say.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like they did get the 4th one there. They took out the spin drift. They missed that other spin drift, but I assume they must have gotten a 4th somewhere that this commentator
Oh, you
missed
got
out
2
on.
right here, so if you had 2 previously, that would be 4.
Yeah.
BARINADE gets the Nautilus. So it
Okay, so-
seems Nick has a lot of like end game heavy goals.
I would agree with you, Blue. BARINADE's definitely got the better route here, though Nick is farther along in the star count here. BARINADE's already had a pretty good, solid start to their bingo board.
One thing I've just noticed though is in roll 1, kill all Spindrift and SSL is pretty time consuming, so might come into play a bit later.
Yeah. We shall see. I think there's only 9 Spindrifts, if I'm not mistaken. 7 in the regular world, and well, actually no, there's 3 inside the igloo, so maybe 10. I want to say there was 7 in the regular world and 3 inside the igloo. It's not
But you got-
too difficult, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, time consuming indeed.
I was gonna say there's 3 in the igloo, there's 3 at the beginning, that's 6. There's 3 near the box star, that's 9. There's 1 by the end of reds, that's 10. And there's another 1 by the ends of reds, so I think there's 11 total.
Okay. 11. 1 short.
Might be missing 1. I don't know if there's any on the... Is there one on the ledge when you first grab the first few red coins?
The first few red coins. Let me think. An SSL.
Like this-
no, there's
the
no.
big
There's only a snowman there. There's no spin drift there.
Gotcha, so pretty sure it'd be 11 then. As NICKBUSH getting through Dark World, taking reds. Interesting choice.
Yeah, earlier in my race, I don't know about you, Blue, but I elected to not go the Dark World Reds route. Maybe just because the way the boards played out, I knew we'd have to get creative with what we had to do inside the basement, so we're going to be getting those stars anyway. It just seemed like Dark World Reds would be kind of an unnecessary risk, especially if, you know, it's Dark World Reds. Regardless of what skill level you are, we see people take deaths from here all the time.
For sure. Like, I don't think it's necessary, especially if you have like 100 coins goal or something, like that already saves a star. But it seems NICKBUSH is only basically doing the 16 star route and getting to his goal as fast as possible. BARINADE just a bit behind in Dark World, but 1 goal ahead.
Nice. We did see Nick successfully blow up that second bomb without falling off of the edge there. So actually, yeah, the bombs were even closer to the edge than I thought. No death necessary. Well done there from Nick. So row 3 is in the cards, presumably for Nick. So I guess we'll have to see if they're going to try to go 4 9 goals and pair that up with column 5, or if they're going to be trying to pair it up with some other column.
As the board shapes up, we can kind of see that row 3 is what Nick's going for, and I assume, as you said earlier, column 5.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. I don't know if they... I guess... Well, actually, they went in and out of Womp's Fortress, and in column 5, there's Collect Wild Blue without wall kicking. So if they didn't get that goal already, that means they're going to be pairing this up with another column. So I guess what else would there be left? Maybe... Looks like... Yeah, they're getting to the top, so they're going to be getting the IROC star by entering the top of the pyramid, is my guess right now. So they're going to be pairing up row 3 with column 1.
Oh, gotcha. That's also possible. Would make more sense. Yeah, the rest of the gold are pretty free in that column.
Admittedly, I've not been paying too close attention in here, unfortunately, so I'm going to assume he opened up the Womp's Fortress cannon, or at least another cannon somewhere in
He
the
did in
level.
CCM.
Okay, oh, that's right, he did talk to the Red Bob-omb. Forgot about that.
But yeah, it's either column 1 or column 5, unless we haven't seen him getting wild blue without wall kicking. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he just did it the regular way.
Yeah, Nick has been pretty quick to update his goals here, and I think he did confirm, yeah, this is still faster than last game's IROC, so yeah, it looks like he will be comparing column 1 with row 3, and BARINADE will be pairing row 1 with column 4. So 2 completely different routes from the runners here. We'll see where that goes, as BARINADE themselves is now inside the pyramid. Looks like they're
Yeah,
going to
just
be
missed
going for
topless.
okay. Yeah,
Chose to go the safe route and not even use the triple jump. So it seems column 1 is a go. I'm really curious how that shapes up at the end, because most of his go left aren't very hard or long to do.
They got the cannon and CCM. I'm going to assume they also got the one in Womp's Fortress as well. So what their last cannon is going to look like, I'm not sure. They're not going to be opening up the one in SSL, it looks like. They're going to be heading straight for HMC. So I'm going to guess they're going to be opening up a cannon upstairs, which is looking like either Rainbow Ride or TTL.
Oh, well, he has to fall in Cloud Stage, so perhaps there.
Oh, not a bad idea. Pair those two off together.
Like, that's what I would do, but is he thinking about that, or is he just gonna go, like, THI, or... There's some options, but fast ones. Rainbow Ride, maybe.
Oh, BARINADE getting a forward-facing slide on the pyramid, just saving themselves from sliding down the edge on their stomach and able to avoid the death. I don't quite know what they're going for right now. They're trying to ride a tornado? Oh, they're in the twirl animation! Oh, so clever from BARINADE! Unfortunately, missing the star, but I forget you can do the twirl animation in the tornado, not necessarily off the fly guy. Five-headed thinking there from BARINADE, just avoiding
alive though.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's gonna try to make it to the star, looking better this time, and gets it. So BARINADE as the BBH, the Spindrift. Yeah, I was saying at first BARINADE's route was better, but now it's shaping up for a Nick comeback.
Let's see. Nick is going to be exiting through the metal cap in the waterfall, so that's another one for them to check off. Wait and see. They do have 12 stars, so my guess now is they're going to be going to BBH, going for balcony. Let BBH balcony using only slide kicks to... Oh, interesting.
Could it perhaps come down to the break 6 uni yellow box and TTC goal, as they both have it? They also both have a goal in BBH, but not the same one. Well, actually, they have the same one, but BARINADE has an extra one. So coming out of here, BARINADE will have the TTC goal and the Spindrift goal.
Yeah, Spindrifts. Yeah, you're right.
One more cannon, and THI Island isn't that long.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a tight one.
As long as you're able to get to the island. Oh, Nick, unfortunately, get the jump over there. But if you do know how to be able to get over to the island very quickly, that shouldn't be too bad. Both these guys in BBH with 12, now 13 stars for Nick. They will. I still think BARINADE, just based on their current route with the quick BBH goals here, I think might still have a slight edge, but this could very well come down to the upstairs game, as you were saying.
I was gonna say, you're making a good point, because falling in Cloud Stage, he has to make it all the way back up in BLJ again. And that is gonna take a lot of time unless he gets very quick ones.
Now, we did see BARINADE, unfortunately, having to close the door and get back out to respawn the Big Boo. Their first hit, unfortunately, was a breakdance kid. I never knew. I guess maybe Boo was just like any other boss. You leave the area and it respawns to full health. So good job, good thinking on BARINADE to get out of the fight quickly and go back out there for 3 speedy slide kicks. As both them and it looks like Nick also may have gotten it. I saw Nick on the balcony there, but I'm not sure if they crossed off the goal yet or not. I don't know. It does say collect BBH balcony, so I would assume. I don't know. They didn't get the star. They were just on
What
the
did
balcony.
they
I
even
wonder
do
what
in
Nick is up
BBH?
to. If they're
Wait,
going
did
for
they- wait,
column
wait,
one,
Did they interpret BBH balcony as the free star in BBH instead of the upstairs star? Because that's the star he did. But he did not check it out, so I'm not sure.
apparently, quote, time save
Oh, he's
Toad.
going back. He forgot.
Oh, he ground pounded the boo. Okay, that's what happened. And so he decided to go back, interestingly enough, for the Toad star as their 14th star, so that way they go back to the basement and just collect MIPS directly in the door as if they're doing it 70-star style.
Now back, and we'll be going for that, I assume, as Barinade is going for MIPS now. Only the TTC boxes and killing the Spindrift left. So it's shaping up for a game 3 if all goes according to plan for Barinade.
Yeah, just hope that, yeah, fortunately because Barinade had a rather difficult goal the last go-around, having to pair the 100 coins with roll into the cage. Unfortunately, taking that spill after the 100 coin star. As long as there are no more tragic falls just on the pursuit for the yellow boxes, this one should be looking more favorable for Barinade. I don't know if we've had a game 3 yet in the bingo
We did.
tournament.
My race was a game 3.
I'll say you spoke that immediately with such confidence. I assume that means it was yours. And GG's on your win, by the way.
Thank you, same to you. Looking forward to our perhaps win in both of our next races to face off.
Ha! I'm gonna get so fricked by casual. It's not even funny. Maybe it's funny to me, but in general, it's not.
But you never know. You told me earlier you were expecting to lose and won. Same with me with my race against Switch Runner. So I guess it's more of a board luck and quick thinking.
I guess it'll just come down to RNG, but going up against the champ will be quite difficult. But we are getting a raid now of 7 people from Galactic Credits. Welcome on in, raiders from the Galactic Credits channel. We are WESDOG and Blue Haven Gaming here in the commentary booth for the AnimeeArcade Bingo Tournament. Anime is being the excellent broadcaster behind-the-scenes guru that they are, taking a back seat as we are blessing our gorgeous faces here in the booth. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful Mario day, and thank you for joining on in. Blue, you got anything special you want to say to the Raiders?
Welcome in, Raiders, and happy Mario Day. That's a good point you're making, as we have about an hour left, well, Eastern-wise, for this special day.
A day that should basically be considered a federal holiday at this point, just considering now we're getting the major blockbuster Mario movie coming out here shortly.
Yeah, did that get delayed to April? I could have swore it was coming out, like, today, like, months ago.
Yeah, it was supposed to be originally slated for a January or February release, if I'm not mistaken, hence why, at least the only reason I know this is because the McDonald's Happy Meal toys came out around New Year's earlier this year, because they were planning to do that for the initial movie release, but I guess they delayed it to spring, maybe because they thought it'd bring in bigger bucks or something.
Like, I think initially it was slated to come out Christmas time, then they got delayed to Mario Day, and I guess they delayed it for like 3 weeks. Pretty sure it's now April 5th.
It's a Friday! They missed releasing the Mario movie on Mario Day? What are you thinking, Nintendo? Come on, guys!
And what I'm asking myself, like, what is there really more edit going? Like, the movie's done already, so like, they're not. Ooh, NICKBUSH almost getting Infiniburn there.
Yeah, I have never seen anybody survive that burn before. They usually get trapped underneath the platform, and even if they come back up, they've taken multiple burns and die. I am actually surprised they got out of that one alive. The Mario gods may be looking out for him on this one as Barinade finds their way into the upstairs. Whew.
Manages to get to the end as Barinade now going into SL to kill all those Spindrift. Now, let's see if he forgets any.
It is going well, by the way, Galactic. At least it's going well for me. I hope I can speak for Blue as well, that it's going well on their end. How about you, Blue?
Oh yeah, pretty good. I had a nap and woke up from my nap with Wes stealing my commentary spot. No, I'm joking. I guess things went early into your race, so things started a bit earlier, but I'm doing good.
It was, I'm gonna guess a little bit early, yeah. I got a 2-0 victory, so I'm guessing maybe that's what you mean by it went a little bit earlier than usual.
Well, I was expecting a 10:30 start, and apparently it was like an hour earlier, so I guess you made quick work of your race. Oh, I was gonna, for 2 seconds I thought he needed the vanish gap.
Yeah, fortunately just taking care of all the spin drifts here. I'm liking the routing, deciding to go for the first 3 earlier, kind of like the 120, 100 coin route.
Yeah, it's interesting that he went for the end of 100, like the 2 at the end, which are to the right when you spawn first. Doesn't get the bounce, we'll have to kick up there. Probably gonna grab the shell to kill the rest of them. Oh, and there's also 2 where the money bag is, so add that to our 11, so there's 13.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Forgot about the money bag ones. Down here. Alright, so we got Nick, just crossed off, I think finally just crossed it off Metal Cap in the waterfall goal. I saw something pop up on the board, unless I'm perhaps hallucinating here. But now they're going to be preparing for some BLJs. They just need to fall in Cloud Stage and activate that 3rd cannon. So 2 goals about to be crossed off here quickly for Nick, assuming he can get the BLJ. So considering, yeah, BARINADE only has TTC left, BARINADE still got quite a commanding lead as Nick does get a good early set of BLJs.
So I think it's pretty safe to say that he's gonna go for the Wing Mario over the Rainbow Cannon. Because that or Rainbow, right? But like if you're going to the stage already, might as well.
Exactly, get 2 birds with 1 stone. Activate the cannon in the cloud and just take a fall out. BARINADE unfortunately losing their speed as Nick did not get a very... Oh, I guess you only have to break open the boxes. You don't have to collect the coins as BARINADE... Oh, moving along the door. I don't know if they preserved their speed or not. Well done.
But again, NICKBUSH has to do what he's doing, go into wing cap, fall, and then do them again. So BARINADE has plenty of time to get done with his last goal.
No, guys, you got it right in the chat. I am indeed Blue Haven Gaming, and the person to our camera right here is WESDOG. I called them blue earlier because they have the blue background, but if you can't tell, I am a very aggressively drunk right now. I'm forgetting my own identity. It's actually quite a disgusting downfall. I think I'll be disgraced from the community. People will...
I've seen Wes in worse states.
You've seen yourself in worse states there, Wes?
Yeah. I've seen blue in worse states. True.
Mm-hmm.
So BARINADE has 2 now, I think. Oh, falls down.
Yeah, and Nick has got 5. Rather than going the 100 coin route, they're actually just climbing their way up the clock, one level at a time, trying to get all these boxes. Is there a walk?
Looks like BARINADE's gonna go for perhaps. Oh, and gets back down with his hands squished by the little platform there. BARINADE cannot buy a wall kick for his life right now.
Nick does know there is, yep, a box right on top of here, and rather than even collecting the star, they're just going to take the death. So, boom. Now they've only got Cloud Stage left to go. This could still be a close race here. Oh my goodness! I've never seen a bonk down the pole like that.
A rare bonk confirmed. But also needs to open the cannon. Hopefully it does. Oh!
Wait.
Oh, doesn't have wing cap.
Yeah,
has to go activate it.
That's right. That was good thinking. You can long jump in certain places in Cloud Stage, but I forget you still need to have the wing cap equipped in order to get the right flight properly. So that means, oh no, Nick has got to go for the BLJs again.
Yeah, and we'll need to do them a third time coming back in. After he falls from them. So yeah, BARINADE, BARINADE got done with it.
Where is Nick going? I think they're going to be opening the cannon in SL, but if they have to fall in Cloud Stage, I don't understand why they would do that when they already need to open the cannon in Cloud Stage, because that would just mean they need to go, I guess, yeah, do BLJs again, so...
Because he's gonna need BLJ again regardless, so why not just go open the cannon in there? Like, I'm not sure why. Maybe panicked a little bit?
That's actually smart. Okay, yes, instead of having to go for BLJs a third time, they now just, well, I guess they have to do it a third time regardless.
Yeah, because they're gonna have to do it right now, fall in Cloud Stage, and then come back again regardless, so...
Yeah, so... It makes sense to Cloud even with BLJs, I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure he just panicked and said, oh, let me open this cannon, but didn't actually need to, but perhaps can bring some insight once the race is done.
Alright, well, good.
Saying yep in chat, so it seems that's what it was.
Alright, so good early BLJs from... Okay, yeah, so yeah, falling down to be the cannon, so there we go. So BARINADE still on cruise control here in Bowser in the Sky, so Nick is going to need an absolute miracle of all miracles in order to come back from this one. Commentator hopefully not trying to curse as BARINADE takes a bonk down the stairs. 3 throws separates them from a game 3. Let's see if they can close this one out.
Yeah, BARINADE would need one hell of a meltdown to lose this one. As Nick now good for his last BLJs to head into bits. BARINADE that barely hit, but the hitboxes are pretty generous on the last Bowser. That's one, needs 2 more. That's 2.
Anybody who are contestants here in the bingo tournament, Fear, Casual, or Malk as your opponents, so they've been racing along the entire time.
Malk is pretty Monka W. Like, the 2 persons I'm more scared of are Malk and Sonic Born. Which I would only face in the final if I do get there, so it's not that bad.
I am a little Monka of Casuals. They got a 28-19, which is faster than any race I got earlier tonight.
28-19?
Yep. So unfortunately, I'm a little, I'm scared. I'm shaking in my britches a little bit, but you know who's not shaking in their britches is BARINADE, who did secure the 3rd and final throw and will now be taking this on to a climactic game 3.
BARINADE clutching it when he needed it to, and we will now get a hopefully better board. In the end, it wasn't that bad, but I wasn't the biggest fan of this board. Usually, like, I see 2 rows or pretty quickly, and it took me a while to get to see something decent in here.
Looks like Nick is gonna finish this one out here, so I guess we'll wait for BARINADE to join us back here in the booth. Maybe we can get some insight from our broadcaster, Anime. Oh no, we got BARINADE now. Join us in here, BARINADE.
Jeez.
Congrats on the game 2 victory. You had a really good round there. So I gotta ask you this: are you just seeing swim under the bridge and planning it accordingly from there, or are you actually looking at the rows and realizing that's the good way to go?
Okay, here's what I did, because I didn't know what to go for at the start. I was looking through like the columns, and none of the columns looked that good. I was like, oh my god, all these look really bad. I looked at column 4, and I was like, okay, I can kind of probably do that. So I starred all of the column 4 boxes, and I was like, I don't know what else to do. I'll figure out what I'm gonna do. And then I just missed them. I mowed it for real.
Oh.
So then I did that. I was like, well, that's a square. You know, I saw the sign square as well. So I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna make that my thing because I can just start doing the signs straight away. Which is why I went back and did the signs. So just I kind of lucked out into that row 1 because I didn't really realize it. It looked pretty good, but I just didn't see it when I was looking at it originally.
You made that look completely intentional.
That's good. That's exactly
a lot of the time Mingo just like going for your plan and not like switching from it will get you a long way.
I was afraid of the Spindrift square. So I was thinking about it when I was looking at it without. Well, I was looking at it without thinking about it. I was like, oh man, I don't know where all the Spindrifts are. But I was thinking like, okay, wait a minute, hold on. This is kind of like the 100 coin route in 120 without the 100 coins.
Yeah, there are many. We were counting them, and we thought there was 11, and remembered the 2 by the money bag.
There's 3, I think, by the. Oh, which one? Oh, you mean where the chill the bully stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's so many Spindrifts in that level.
I counted 13, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Isn't the Spindrift on the CCM one, on the CCM painting? Kind of would be more appropriate with Snowman's Land, but
Say again. What was that?
I was wondering if there's a Spindrift on the CCM painting, because that'd be more appropriate, or it'd be more appropriate for it to be on Snowman's Land.
I know there's a snowman and there's a Spindrift, and I've completely missed it this entire time.
Like, can somebody explain to me why Snow Stage is a Spindrift? Like, how does that make sense? Wouldn't like the propeller just like get cold and not work?
Wouldn't the propeller get cold? Yeah, I've never thought about that. Maybe the propeller's heating it up.
Yeah.
It's like creating energy or something like that.
We are calling on the greatest Mario fanfic lore writers out there to give us an origin story on the Spindrifts and how their propellers work in such freezing
Maybe
temperatures.
Spindrifts are machines and not actual persons. What that would explain why we never seen Spindrift in any Mario media. For example, the movie, as we were talking earlier.
Oh my!
Wait, has the movie come out
Probably
yet?
me. Yeah, it's in April. It comes out in April, I believe.
Oh, okay. That means we could
ever been in
still get one.
anything?
I haven't recalled seeing them in any other Mario game, honestly.
So are they exclusive to SM64? Like, is there Spindrift in like Odyssey or Galaxy, Sunshine?
I don't even remember seeing them in Odyssey or Sunshine. I don't know. I can't speak to Galaxy or Galaxy 2.
Interesting. I'm curious to research while we get into Race 3.
Yeah, according to the Mario wiki, Tort Drift in Odyssey is a mechanical Spindrift. So.
Okay, so Spindrift is a class of species.
I have the Wikipedia right here.
And as Blue is expressing their curiosity, I'm curious as to where our broadcaster is, as we still have yet to see the crowning star for BARINADE taking that game to victory. AnimeeArcade, are you present?
Dang, you're
Honestly,
right, bro. I did forget that. Sorry.
3 games, 3 commentators. That's how it should be.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
I love seeing another game 3 coming up in the tournament. And as they were saying earlier, another game on Mario Day. Amazing. More Mario content for Mario Day.
It's too bad the first series didn't go 3.
That's
but
true.
Can't have everything.
I'm sorry.
So, a little bit of trivia here. It says the Japanese and Korean names for the mission into the igloo imply that the igloo is the home of the Spindrift. Good to know.
Well, that would explain why there's Spindrift in the igloo.
Indeed.
That makes sense.
So they've all escaped their homes then.
Oh, maybe
they're taking over the world.
They're out getting groceries. I don't know. All right. Does anybody need to take a bathroom or hydration break?
Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
All right. Epic.
I'll be right back myself then.
Amazing. Fantastic.
Anime, are you going to be joining us in the booth here for Game 3? Honestly, I'm down for Game 3 having 3 commentators.
That would get pretty wild, not gonna lie.
I've done it before. I've had Blue in for a I've had Blue in for a 3-way before.
I have also had 3 people in comms. I believe it was for it was like Zenry's thing. Pretty sure. The shirtless 70. I think during the LTA, that's when there was a period where there were like 3 people in the booth at once.
So was it you, Korn, and I at the very end? Because I know I was in there at the end.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Lots of chaos happening.
I know how to have a good 3-way with both of you. Now imagine if we did it all together.
Epic.
Wait, there's 14? Was there a 14th that we missed?
14.
Uh-oh.
I believe.
We gotta go to VAR. We may have to go to VAR.
Well, Bar's using the bathroom.
We'll have to wait till BARINADE gets
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
Do.
Unless they did 14, we could have miscounted here in the booth.
There's
But I don't know.
literally so many, and there's so much. There's so many things for everybody to look at. Was confirming 14 for us.
The unofficial independent verifier, the Mr. Wah, coming in here saving our skins again.
Hello.
Nice. Yo, welcome back, BARINADE. We were just confirming there are 14 spin drifts in SLs.
Are there 14?
There's so many.
No. Did I miss one?
Mr. Wah says you got them all, so I think we're good.
Oh.
I mean, I'd be happy
Unless
for
Mr. Wah is trying to rig the tournament here.
I don't know about
I'm
that.
scared.
I'm looking. We've got 9, 3 by the frozen ice, 3 in the igloo, 3 in the water. I can only assume. I'm hoping Wall's like watching the video or just has the game knowledge memory of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 by the red coins, so that's already 12.
Yeah, by the big bully platform.
3, 6, 9, 12, which means the 2 just kind of random ones. The bully with the wind, yeah. Well, there you go.
All right.
Beautiful.
Got scared there for a moment.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Everyone's getting audited in real time.
Oh, yeah.
I did
And by
do it
somebody
with,
you know, too. Oof.
I did do it with Nick earlier in game 1 to confirm they talked to that 4th toad. So it is we hold our standards very high here in the Mario Madness Bingo tournament.
It's gonna be hard to keep track of like live as well while
Right?
there's, like
You're like, God, how many did I hit?
Talk to these 5 different things. It's like, well, okay, he did like 2 over there, and I think he did another one over there. We gotta go back and check.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta write this down.
Yeah, Toad's not too bad. There's a lot of Toads.
There
don't
are.
spawn stars.
There's quite a few toads. Toads that spawn stars. Toads that don't spawn stars.
Yeah, one thing I did as preparation for this bingo tournament was I learned the locations of, I think, all the Toads, just so I know where they are, because there were so many Toad-related spots, and I was like, I don't even know where any of the non-star spawning Toads are. I was like, what? There's one like right at the beginning. There's one in Wobb's Fortress. I was like, I don't even remember these guys. Where did these guys come from? I think Shigeru Mew might have come into my house while I was sleeping and patched them all in secretly. So I don't know. I don't remember all those Toads in there.
Maybe they do.
Should have just been doing your homework and watching my last race. I talked to a lot of the Toads.
I am back.
Yo, welcome back.
Welcome back, Wes.
All right, Wes, put your camera back on.
Wes's camera is on. Look at him.
Blue, Wes, come on.
Blue, push your cam.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we've got everybody back. We're on the screens. Everybody's here. I'm gonna refresh. We got to get this new board up and
I'm nervous now. Game 3.
This is game 3.
On the edge of our seats.
I'm very excited. I love
game
to see a nice game 3 here.
Chat, I need you to type 3 in the chat right now if you want to hear 3-way commentary with Anime, Wes, and myself.
Okay, guys, donate
that's
$1,000
that's good
for
enough.
Liam to
That's what I
commentary.
figured. All right. Cheer 3. All right, folks.
I did it in Chatterino. It didn't work.
There you go. Oh, wait. Thank you.
Oh, right. I need to reset.
Bless. You do need to reset. Wes, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. We are unfortunately not on a scene with the DK1 bit, but that does still exist. It's just not on this scene. Maug, thank you. What the heck? All right.
Oh, is anybody willing to start a 3-bit hype train?
What? Please listen. All right, we've got everybody here on our starting screen. Nick, thank you. What the heck?
Okay, there you go. I forgot about that.
You didn't. Thank you. What? All right, Nick, are you ready for game 3?
Ready enough.
All right, BARINADE, are you ready for game 3?
you better bet your bottom dollar that I'm ready for this game 3.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Comms, you ready?
Ready as we'll ever
I
be.
am ready.
All right, I will go ahead and count down the racers for the final match in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck.
All right, let's click that good old board here. And then also, just to make sure, refresh. Click. All right. Again, I still don't know why that's an issue at all, but whatever, I suppose. Yep, sound. And there we go. Both runners now currently in the Princess Peach letter watch party. Shoutouts to Trooper. And we've got our goals here. I'm looking already, bottom left, top right. We've got Bits Red. I don't think I've actually seen that show up yet today.
I don't know how I feel about this board, honestly.
Yeah, same.
Oh my gosh.
There's some good goals, but then there's always one that's like bad.
Fallen Cloud stage is back. Collecting Fire Sea Reds without using the long jump button.
Yeah, I did see that. That honestly doesn't look too bad, but then there's also DDD, collect the caps with both caps. You have to go to Vanish and Metal Cap. Otherwise, column 3 looked like a banger besides that one square. I'm looking at row 5, and that has some potential. We did see Barinade do Collect the Star, Wall and Twirl. Both of them getting IROC for mini bosses, and then Stand on 3 Thwomps is relatively easy. Stumps, you just go to THI and BOB, and then Bits Reds. I mean, you're already got to go to the end anyways. So I think row 5 might be something that one of these guys considers.
Top left to bottom right diagonal seems okay-ish.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, that's not that bad at all. That's a pretty decent one. I would agree with you.
But it's interesting to see the... yeah, go ahead, Adam. Sorry about that.
Nah, it's all good. We're going to say Nick got a nice large bomb spawn for the cliff, and Barinade looks like just having some issues. But going to spawn some coins really quick from this pull. Not
yeah,
quite
I was about
far
to say
enough.
it's interesting to see the mindset as NICKBUSH was hoping for a video review where Barinade is pumped. So we'll see how their attitude toward the race will come into play. Barinade gets out of BOB. So Barinade went for a pull. Which goal would that be on?
Down here, row 5, column 3, we've got spawn coins from Stumps in 2 stages, which means he's going to definitely be making a pit stop at THI.
Yeah, so they will definitely be looking into either column 3 or row 5, as this commentator speculated. But I'm now wondering, trying to look at the other columns here, just for the best
I'd say row
pairing.
5, because column 3 is kind of the worst.
Honestly,
I don't
though,
like that column.
like Wes said earlier, I would say the worst thing in column 3 would be the DDD caps. Yeah, Fire Sea Reds without long jump is like, it's gonna suck, but I don't think it's like too bad compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah,
Like, go ahead.
I did mention in the last race that DDD collect the caps with both caps. Unless there are other goals in a bingo board that involve having to get the Vanish cap or the Metal cap, it seems too far out of the way to make it a feasible goal for anybody to go after. So I think right there, just unfortunately, that gets rid of column 3. If I had to take a guess, if Barinade is going for row 5, I would guess they're going to pair it up with column 5, where they'll get the Tox boxes in the basement, they'll do the backflip in DDD, everything all seems relatively feasible in column 5, and all they just got to remember is go to THI for the large Goombas, and after that, they basically... yeah, they already have to go to THI for the second stage for the stumps there, so I think that's what they're going to be going for.
Also a shout. Like, other than the LLL Reds, LL with no shell, it's all pretty much free goals.
Pikachu! Anime, you want to give the shout out?
Well, of course. I totally was going for it, and I've actually forgotten that I'm supposed to be commentating.
Also, interesting to note, there's 2 goals of killing the large Goombas.
Yeah, you know, funny enough, the nice thing about these balanced goals is while sometimes they might appear like that on this board, it's nowhere near as bad as when you were just trying to randomly generate a board and like those two goals like that would just like be right next to each other in the same line. Having them able to be in different lines and still connect, honestly, I think that's fine.
I had a practice one earlier where I had two goals right next to each other that was activate 4 warps and activate 5 warps. So I figured that wasn't going to happen. But what is going to happen is, Anime, thank you for shouting out Pika in your chat, but I meant, welcome in everybody from the Pika raid. How are you all doing on this happy Mario day? This is Blue Haven Gaming with WESDOG in the co-commentary, along with Anime, the broadcaster and the host of the Mario Madness Bingo Tournament. You are watching an absolutely ecstatic, climactic, absolutely, hopefully not traumatic, Game 3 here in the Bingo Tournament between NICKBUSH and the BARINADE. It is all coming down to the wire. You couldn't have picked a better time to come in here. Pika, thank you for the raid. Happy Mario Day, you Treasure World game. Playing crazy, man. Hope the Smash Bros went well.
I think my favorite thing about Treasure World is that Pika will like do practice to relax, and that's wild. That's great. That is amazing.
That's how you know they're a cracked gamer. They like the challenge, and unfortunately, Treasure World is their standard for a challenge now, which to us simpletons is too far. It's too much. All right.
Nice 50-50 grind there from BARINADE.
Commentator getting a little too ecstatic.
Going for nope. No, I was gonna say going for killing some mobs, but.
Are they trying to get...
Oh, stand on top of 3 thwomps. Hopefully
Except
BARINADE knows what thwomps are
not
and
a
not
thwomp.
womps.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Hold
if BARINADE is listening to commentary, they might be getting some insight here, but that's supposed to be womps and not thwomps.
Mr. Wah, quick, to the BARINADE chat. Womps are not thwomps, and thwomps are not womps.
Hold on, are people allowed to assist one another inside the chat, or do they need to keep it to themselves?
In terms of this, I don't want runners to not entirely know what a goal is and make a mistake. So I would rather be able to, you know, have somebody go in there and go, wait, that's not right.
Yeah.
Hold up. So,
yeah, they are standing on top of the womps instead of the thwomps,
Oh,
so I don't think
yeah.
they've... yeah.
That is the thing.
Actually get on top of the... They're actually trying to stand directly on top of the womp here. Wow, yeah, so they are getting the goal mixed up.
Okay, good. We've got chat coming in hot on BARINADE's stream. Thank goodness. Mr. Wah and Yumizuro, bless you.
So,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken, unless there's another one that I'm completely missing out here, there are only 3 thwomps in the game. The 2
That's
here
correct.
in Whomp's Fortress and the one in TTC.
That is absolutely correct. Here we go. BARINADE's just going to get on them really quickly here.
They got on one. Did they get on the other? Did they get on the second one and I missed it?
I definitely saw the one. I don't know if they caught the other one.
This is where we shouldn't assist them. Like, hey, you forgot a thwomp.
Yes, this is when we don't say it.
All right. Well, at least we're saying in the commentary boost. So if they're listening in, we just gave them free advice. So.
Yeah. Which again, I think I mentioned it like before comms. It's like I can't like stop people from watching stream even if they're, you know, deafened in the room and whatnot. That's silly. I don't have power over people like that. But like, you know, just play in fairness. That's all.
This is quite an interesting twist here. We are now 8 and 9 stars into both of these guys in this run, and none of the squares on the bingo board have been checked off. Absolutely absurd. WESDOG, what's your opinion on this right now? Wes apparently just lost for words here. You hate to see it.
Oh wait, I think he might be muted.
Wes is
No!
muted. Oh no.
Oh, am I? So I've been talking to myself for the past 5 minutes.
Yep.
Oh no.
Big sad. Big sad.
I was wondering why no one would answer everything I said. I was not saying anything.
So
but I was
sorry,
like,
Blue.
no worries. So I was gonna say I'm very monka about BARINADE as he went back for the top of Fortress Star, and I did not see him get the second.
I'm gonna
so
check the VOD. I'm gonna check the VOD.
We're checking.
'Cause I'm
for
also
video replay.
concerned.
I mean, it's still
think we-
doable. It's not that long to do, but
Yeah.
Oh, the
Just
VOD
a
isn't
quick
quite
exit.
there yet.
Just a quick exit any course and back into Womps won't take too long, but it is unfortunate they'd have to go back out of their way to do it.
Right.
and as we said earlier, it's probable that they're going for roll 5. So is there anything that makes them come back? I guess the Fallen Cloud stage if they're doing roll 1.
So we're seeing BARINADE now going for the Tox boxes. There is a goal that's hide in all 3 Tox boxes in SSL. So that's in column 5. So it looks like BARINADE will be doing column 5. I can't remember what they've been doing thus far to pair it up
You
with a
mean
possible column
NICKBUSH?
5. Oh, NICKBUSH. I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. NICKBUSH. Yeah.
Okay, I went back. I did double check the VOD. Yes, he did in fact only stand on top of one thwamp.
Oh,
Drama?
no.
What did I miss?
And
What
will
happened?
chat come in clutch again?
Hopefully.
But chat shouldn't.
Oh, we were
chat
just saying oh no at the Whomping. Twomping.
I was
Oh,
gonna say
yeah, okay.
chat shouldn't help out the runner like that for integrity purposes, but I mean we don't have control of BARINADE's chat.
I mean, it's just information. Like in my race, I was trying to bonk in wing cap like
Oh,
to the edge
right.
wall, and it wouldn't
We had to go, hey, does that count? Yeah, which we did. We did.
I would
in
hate
fact clear that up.
losing the shell though.
Oh.
And taking it quick
Oh no! So they're getting the shell. So yeah, getting IROC star by entering the top of the pyramid. So they are going to be pairing row 5, possibly. Well, at least they're going for column 5. I don't know if they've done anything else to possibly.
I think they're gonna
pair
do
up-
probably column 5 and row 2. Because they're gonna have to kill Goomba regardless, so might as well do both. But the 10 wall kicks without touching the ground. Where could
Yo,
you do that?
BARINADE coming out with
Probably in
some
the
Tama
basement.
play. Well, not Tama, but just Pless in general. Oh, but taking a death!
And Nick
Oh.
was losing the shell again.
Oh, man.
But fortunately, at least getting it off of the second tower, so now they can just take a quick little long jump. It fortunately did hit the center of all of those pillars.
BARINADE once
I'm really
again.
curious.
Here we go.
What would be the best place other than basement to do 10 wall kicks without touching the ground?
I did hear Chabot mention during my match that a good place to do it would be the walls in Rainbow Ride, where
For the
you're
blue
going up
switch,
for the for the blue coin switch or for the 100 coins route. That would be another good place to do it.
A
Except to do the
cylindrical
smallest A
area.
presses.
Yeah. And you've got a lot more room of wall to work with, at least vertically speaking. In the basement, you just have to space it out perfectly. But in Rainbow Ride, as long as you don't bonk and fall all the way to the bottom, you got a lot of wall to work with.
Now, this is really interesting. I want to point this out because it hasn't been done this way yet. As you all saw, BARINADE did Pless to get into the top of the pyramid. But instead of sitting through the long little elevator ride, actually jumped off and got into the IROC hole before the elevator slid all the way down.
Saving some time there, yeah.
It's not a bad strat, honestly, because even if they weren't able to get into the top of IROC, they've got the elevator there for backup. So can't say I blame them there. They were able to save a little bit of time.
Exactly, you're not risking anything jumping on the top of it.
And you've got
Only
a free
time
backup.
to gain.
Hey.
As they both get the IROC goal. So could BARINADE be going for row 5 and the diagonal I was mentioning earlier?
That's true. You did bring up the diagonal earlier. Although I haven't been keeping track, have they been going for the warps?
True.
You know, I'm not sure about warps. From my ears, I do not recall the warp sounding playing anywhere. but we will see BARINADE collect a star while in the twirl animation.
This one is an interesting one.
Ooh, you know? Oh yeah, Nick is definitely going for the metal cap.
Oh, so they might actually be going for... I don't think they'd be going for row. So would they be going for 2 columns? Could they be possibly going for 10 goals
no,
as opposed to...
no. Row 2 collect the wet dry world metal cap. It's really not that bad. Just have to activate it.
Wait, wet dry world... There's a metal cap in wet dry world?
Guess where
Yeah,
it
in the
is.
town.
I'm gonna guess somewhere in the town.
Yeah.
How did you figure that one out?
I think he heard you.
whether you play, if you play 70 star or 120, there's definitely no green box anywhere in the main area. But I've never thought to look for the green box or even thought about looking for one there. Where is it? There's the vanish cap box, but where the heck is the green box?
Right? Who like it's
You
just
know,
it's just in there. Like what? There's not even a
middle of
star
the
use
town.
for it.
It's in the middle of the town?
Like on top, like if you put the water up, there's like a little like.
There's a
orange
little
box.
platform.
It's near. There.
Oh, on the top of the town?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's made for. Would it be made for to do reds or just to do the vanish? No. Well, you would need vanish cap and metal cap to go into the cage thing.
Honestly,
yeah.
I have no idea what that metal cap star is for. It's so silly. It exists there, but why?
Yeah, it's not even in the title of the star. None of the star titles in Wet Dry World have metal cap, because even in HMC, there's Metal Mario Can Move for what is the Christmas Miracle star. But Wet Dry World, I didn't even know such a thing existed.
You know what I found really interesting is when I was doing research for adding some goals for myself, is that there are 3 different special caps that you can get in this game, but all 3 of them never show up in the same stage. Max you ever
yeah.
see
Together.
is 2 different ones.
Yep. That I did know.
And also, we can confirm BARINADE did bullies and now doing LL without shell, so going for column 1 and row 5, it seems.
Nice. Ooh, careful! Careful!
Oh, that was really close.
Ooh.
That there.
Nick,
Ooh, that was
doing oh my gosh, where is it? Collecting
pretty.
BBH books without wall kicking, decided to raise up the platform and then also grab the star, probably to just replace a star that he won't be getting later.
BARINADE risking a lot here.
Here we go. We've got 50. Now it should be a nice 55. Trying to find a nice platform to long jump to. Here we go.
Very
Need
interesting
to take a bar to get to the eye.
In each of these games, I think besides maybe the first game they shared 1 row or 1 column together, both of these guys have been taking different routes the entire time.
Love to see a nice balanced board.
We still have to keep in mind BARINADE still need that Twomp and Womps again.
That is
Yeah,
also
that's true.
true.
So if theoretically they don't come to the realization they didn't step on that thwomp and they finish the run, are you going to be the bearer of bad news, Anime?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
sure somebody in the chat told them already. I would be shocked if they didn't. Probably just doing his stuff, and we'll go back later, but we shall see.
Yeah, because
I mean,
that...
yeah, you do have to get out of the basement regardless to go back upstairs, so wouldn't surprise me.
There we go. 100 coins in LLL without using the shell. I'm going to be grabbing that 15th star at the top of the volcano.
And also, he needs to file a Fallen Cloud stage, so he has plenty of opportunities to go back to Womps.
True. All right, so Nick got the lead in terms of the star count and positioning of Mario, but BARINADE, I think, still, I'd say, would have a slight lead on the routing here. Still not 100% sure what the second row, column, or diagonal, the second line for Nick is going to be. At least he'll go for the backflip and DDD. So, wall kick. So he's going for wall kicks without touching the ground.
5.
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
either
he's
going to be...
going for row 2, for sure. Because he's
Row
got
2.
the metal cap for what Dry World.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did
And
say
the
that earlier.
Goombas, like, double up.
You did say that earlier, Wes. My bad.
Oh, fell down. That's one.
Gonna have to look
2,
for a new
3.
spot. Unfortunately, did not make it to 10 wall kicks without touching the ground, but both racers now in to DDD at the same time. You're gonna see BARINADE going straight for the sub, but Nick coming over here to the side to just perform a really quick backflip.
I'm curious on the BOB. You know when you do like the lots of wall kick to get up. Yeah, like there's no way to do 10 on that, right?
Maybe, but probably
I
not.
I think it is possible with the small amount of wall to work with, but you have to really time your A presses and possibly move the stick back a little bit. I'd say it's difficult, but definitely possible.
Yeah, it's probably not the best of ways to do it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering
So
also, I'm wondering with the thwomp situation, you know, does BARINADE know where the thwomps are? I mean, obviously we know stomp on the thwomp, but
Well,
there's
I'm
only
sure he knows the
there's only
TTC one.
one of those in TTC.
Watch him invent a new twomp that we didn't know about.
Yeah, maybe.
Just bust out an
What? There's a
extremely
twomp in
rare,
the igloo?
The personalized copy of SM64.
an extremely
Would you allow
rare
it?
ROM hack of Mario 64 where all the enemies just happen to be thwomps.
You throw thwomps and bombs. They would need a tail though.
Maybe.
Oh, Nick taking a little bit of a burn. Both of them in Fire C.
So let's see. BARINADE has to go to THI for the stump and needs to do the twomp TTC and womps. It's red at the end and one more bully and Fallen Cloud Stage. So he doesn't have that much left. It's really more of if he will know that he's missing one.
I guess we'll all
It's
have
gonna
to
come down. Yeah, it's gonna come down to either bits reds or the large Goomba goals, I think. For one or the other.
We got a nice throw from BARINADE there. Going to be closing out Fire C first. Nick lining up for that throw, and that will also be a successful connect for him.
Now, Anime, did you watch the second race and see Nick survive the burn glitch underneath the platform? Have you ever seen that before?
It happened while I was looking at the screen, but I might have been looking at BARINADE's specific screen. So
Speaking
I
of
heard it,
BARINADE,
and I
they're
saw
going
like the
back-
end of it.
Oh,
They're going back into
for-
Womps, so they do know they need to go back and step on the second thwomp. Either they've come to
Stop that
realization or
thwomp.
somebody did give him the alert.
Stop that
But
thwomp.
let's be honest, with what he has left, if he did forget, like how heartbreaking would that be to lose off of that?
There we go. Beautiful.
Exactly. Thinking you've won the race only to lose to a rogue thwomp. Oh my gosh, a bonk from Nick on What Dry World.
Trying to get
Because
the
it's one thing to be
highest.
into bits and having to come back down, but if you finish, you finish. So I'm not sure, like, do you reload the save, then do it, then go finish again?
Probably.
But if they didn't save, then that's trouble.
That would be a problem if they didn't say.
I mean, if they didn't save and they did, yeah, they would still need stars to get to upstairs anyway. I was gonna say, would you
They'd
allow
have-
it, but...
They'd have to do like a real quick 0-star run. Or 1-star.
yeah,
either
let
or.
me SPLJ real quick.
There
Quick Suki and shit.
we go.
Wait. They were in SSL and they... what were they doing with the bully? Why did they exit the stage that
Killing the
quickly?
bully.
Kill 2 bullies
they
and
only need
the
the last
chill
bully.
bully.
But did the bully technically fully die? Because as far as I'm concerned, the bully doesn't fully die until the star spawns. So yes, they were going to die, but can
Video
we credit
replay.
that as full death?
So, okay, so here's where that stands because, funny enough, when I was demoing the new boards earlier this month, I did something similar. I ran around a third eye. It went into the death animation, but didn't die, and then I exited. And then someone in chat was like, wait a minute. Did they die, though? And I'm like, you know what? That's a good question. So I think
would
what
say
I think
no.
what we're gonna have to do is count it for this, and again have clarification for it later. Because sometimes that's just what you got to do in the middle of a match.
Because I know BARINADE has a little bit of trouble with some of these like technicalities. Like he was practicing, for example, there's a goal that's stand on the ride the elevator to the top at BBH. and while practicing, he jumped off the elevator to wall kick before it fully hit the top. So I was telling him like I wouldn't count that.
Yeah, nope, that wouldn't count. That's true.
And like
Barinade.
Barinade's my boy, but I wouldn't count that to the bully. But it's up to you.
Well, to be fair, he did go back in and kill the bully anyway to
Oh
grab the
right,
star.
I was looking at NICKBUSH. Sorry,
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I was looking at Barinade at all. So only needs about
Perhaps we can confirm that Barinade is listening to commentary.
Perhaps I know Nick is because he's been. Answering us.
Now, speaking of Nick, I saw them in THI. They exit the stage and now they're going into BLJs, but they didn't cross off 7 unique large Goombas. Did they complete the 7 large Goombas goal?
Well, they didn't
or-
do the 8 anyway, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Looks like this is where they're going to be going for the wall kicks. They're listening to commentary. They were around in chat, I do know, for my match. So they're taking Shaboom's and my advice here, and this is where they're going to be doing their 10 wall kicks. 8, 9,
4, 5,
yep,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Now we are gonna see large Goombas being crossed off there.
Okay, yeah, you just didn't click them.
Looks like
Okay,
I will go right back to the VOD.
Oh, and they are done with the cloud stage, so...
or at least he's prematurely crossing it off. I don't know what the delay is between the board and ourselves, but yeah, they did fall in the cloud stage.
Board is basically instantaneous, except why is it not
We
quite
just
light
point
up
out-
on the VOD?
So Nick actually has a slight lead over Barinade here because Barinade still needs to get the 3rd thwomp all the way at the top of the clock in TTC and Bits Reds, and Nick is done with their double bingo. So Nick actually has the chance to take game 3.
And also needs to somehow get their BLJ through, which he's been struggling with for the past 2 minutes.
Oh man.
True. Does
I'm
come
doing-
down.
So
I'm
Go for it,
doing
Henry.
some Goomba checking here, so
we
I'm
thought
hoping these
Barinade was
BLJs are
ahead,
not
but
bad.
seems to be very much behind now.
The BLJs being
That's
the
not going through.
being the ball buster that it is, regardless of format, it just always seems to be BLJs are the bane of any runner's existence.
Barinade, let it go, come on.
So a good tip here for Barinade, I don't know if they are listening or not, but if your BLJ does not succeed after 10 attempts along the back door or the wall, you have to give up and go because that means you lost your speed.
All right, confirmed. All 7 Goombas were hit, or 8 Goombas. I'm sorry.
Did you get 8? Yeah.
Yeah, you got 8. Got the 3 and then got the 2 more. NICKBUSH's
And
first set of
Nick
BLJs
through.
and Barinade? Question mark. Both of them through and up to the endless staircase. However, Barinade does need to climb to the top of TTC.
I hate
Yeah.
to say it, but it looks like a NICKBUSH victory, unless a big
Unless-
meltdown in bits.
We've still got one more set of BLJs here, even though it's the infinite staircase. There has been signs of struggle here before, but reverse commentator's curse as Nick gets relatively easy BLJs.
Oh boy, it's getting spicy.
Perhaps NICKBUSH getting a game over with 3 deaths, and then having to redo the whole run. Copium.
I don't know if they have been saving along the way. I would sure hope so.
There you go. Nice glitchy triple wall jump there from Barinade. Here we go. Trying to grab that ledge. We've got the moving time. NICKBUSH, meanwhile, going
Interesting
across the
decision
wooden
from Barinade.
planks.
Going for time moving.
There we go.
Now the real question is, does Barinade get to bits before Nick finishes?
Oh, just having a lot of trouble with that hill. There we go. No!
Oh my gosh, yes. It looking like Barinade.
Three.
Barinade is going to need the miracle of all miracles to come back from this one, as NICKBUSH is looking to close this one out with 3 final throws. Malk, we get it. You're goated at bingo.
He's practicing for his matches.
I say we disqualify Malk from this thing because he made so many of the goals.
Listen, the very first time we did this last year, and I was showing off the goals, I'm pretty sure Malk and Casual just screenshotted every board.
NICKBUSH missing a throw.
Ayo.
BARINADE needs about 20. Well, yeah, I'm not
There's
even sure 20
another.
would be enough.
Oh, there's another
With
one.
some
Getting
pause
the pause
buffering.
ranges.
Uh-oh.
The pause rages and the Mario Cam rages as BARINADE is just struggling to get the first red coin. Nick still has a lot of time to work with here, but is down half of their health. There's one.
That's Oh, was that one? Oh, I thought that was two. You're right, it was one. Silly me.
Missing another one though.
Oh!
Imagine he misses
It's
so many
close.
BARINADE coming back. That'd be crazy.
It's genuinely
worst case
still
si-
close.
Or worst case scenario, falls in Bowser. I have seen it before in a 16 race between Manmud and Luigi. So
I have never
hopefully,
done that myself.
hopefully Nick. Oh, he does miss another throw as the final part of the platform collapses. But as long as he can stay on the stage, he's still got a lot of time to work with here to execute this final throw. And there it is.
Get it.
That is going to connect and will be the third Bowser throw for Nick
Could fall
Bush.
before getting the star though. Pause, yeah.
True. Console's
But will
crashed. The
not
power
epic
has
to
gone
win.
out. Is what I'm not gonna say. As Nick does take home the Game 3 dub.
Yeah, Nick having a little scare losing game 2, but coming back strong in game 3. And to his credit, I thought BARINADE was ahead for a whole while, and then just turned it around. Because BARINADE not too far behind, about to enter the pipe after grabbing this star, but was not enough for the win in the second race.
Once again, I do have to say, all three races, honestly, I would say they were all like really close races for both runners here.
Absolutely.
Like there were
Yeah.
bits of give and take, but there were definitely mistakes and things happening on both sides.
Not the chilliest of goals, but they both did very well and stayed close in all three.
Another
BARINADE
throw
gets
for
his
BARINADE.
second throw. Can he finish this on a good note with 3 clean throws?
Oh.
no.
WESDOG, the ultimate
Oh,
commentator.
BARINADE, no! No!
Oh, WESDOG
Oh,
commentating
no.
curse. WESDOG, the
BARINADE,
ultimate commentator.
unfortunately
No.
not ending on a high note at all. Oh,
Not gonna
no.
end at all.
Our
Oh, my
Lord
goodness.
Aaron Truitt hath forsaken us.
GG's, GG's.
Good game,
Oh.
BARINADE. It is a really good race.
My
Oh, yeah, that was a good one, yeah.
goodness. Oh, Nick, congratulations on your Game 3 win here. How are you feeling?
I'm gonna get killed by Malkirian, but I'll take a win. I'll take a round 1 win. I'll
Oh.
take it.
Nick, if you're watching the camera feed, pound it. We're both gonna get creamed at our next round matchups, but hey, at least we got one. Under the
Yeah,
belt.
yeah.
Blue too. I think
Just
Blue's got the
pounded
best
it.
chance of the three of us.
Oh, Druz is no slouch.
Oof.
It's gonna be an interesting top 4.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah, this is gonna be an exciting bracket going forward. I'm excited to see how
No one
everything goes.
predicted. Dude, only one person predicted me. And
Yo, look at that money.
I believe in Nick, right? Nick's gonna take it.
dude, WESDOG. WESDOG is
Getting the
a
money.
true believer.
All right. Are we done with All right. Okay. Yeah. The Discord names just flashed there. It looks like we now know the true identities of everybody in the commentary booth.
Yeah.
Yes, I was a
What?
Nick believer.
Oh, did I? What? Oh, yeah. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Oh my gosh. BARINADE, honestly, like, I don't think your route choice was bad at all either. I think it worked out really well for what you did and the time that you did it in. I just, gosh, just the trouble in some of the stages that you had are really unfortunate. I like.
There were a lot of
and
there were,
the
there were a lot of
Thwomp
things that I
situation.
forgot. I forgot what a thwomp was.
Mhm.
And then I only did one in Womp's Fortress, and I was thinking I have to go back and get the other one at some point because I forgot to get the other dude. So I
Gosh.
have to go
It's-
back and do
It's
that.
because no one really ever does the other thwomp in Womps outside of all warps.
Right.
Mhm.
And then I think when I killed the Chillibully, I like exited out of the stage a bit too fast. I was thinking, did he actually die? I don't know if I gave him enough time to
Yeah.
actually die. So I
Yeah,
went
we're
back in and did it
debating
again.
that.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
talking about that too. Funny enough, when I was showing off the board for the first time this year, I did something similar. I went into the BBH. I killed the third eye, but like I ran around it. It went into the kill animation, and then I left, but it didn't die. And someone in chat was like, "Hey, did that actually die?" And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. He didn't really die. I'm
One
gonna
thing
just
I'm
go back
curious
in.
about. Let's say Barinade wouldn't have forgotten what a Twomp was / the second one, and Anime said he would have allowed the Chill Bully death the first time. How tight it would have been.
Dude, it would have been
Oh, yeah, for sure.
so incredibly tight.
Yeah,
I'm at least happy
Yeah.
that I got pillarless into IROC from the top, so I was happy about that. That was fun.
I
Even though I
that
died
was
once trying
great.
it.
Honestly, doing pillarless into IROC and then also like just bypassing, waiting for the elevator and getting in before as well. Great. Best, probably the speediest way to do that. So I absolutely applaud that effort.
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, well played, Nick. You did good.
It was a really good game, man.
You guys
So
put
Like,
on
I-
an incredible show.
I'm gonna be honest. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of had my route planned out for the first two games, like almost instantaneously. But this one, I kind of had to think a bit, and then I realized. Then I eventually figured out what I wanted to do. So I knew I wanted a bunch of large Goombas.
Yeah.
Well,
Nice, nice.
indeed, GG to both racer. Both did very well. We didn't see many mistakes in this race other than the Twomp situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think overall, like I
And
said, like
my second game was pretty bad. Like I forgot the wing cap for the cloud cannon and
True.
kind of panicked after I got the wing cap. So, yeah,
Had to be LJ 3 times.
yeah,
It reminds me of my first race in my race.
yeah. But you can't. You end up coming back, and I'm glad for you at least.
Yeah. So going on to face Malkirian next,
Yeah.
as we are now in the top 8, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
We are in, yes, the Elite 8.
There we go. Haha. I found out how to zoom in without using the plus. God, I miss my numpad. Please get in the mail soon.
So I have a question for Nick.
Sure.
Let's pretend for a second, because we all know who Malk is. Let's pretend you beat Malk. Who do you want to see in the semifinal, Sonic or Mr. Wa?
Mr. Wa or Sonic. I don't know. Just flip a coin.
Fair enough. Yeah. I do believe, if I remember correctly, Sonic Gordon, I think, was either 4th or 5th place last year. I can't remember which. The only reason we didn't have a 3rd place come back to the tournament this year is because it was like a really busy month for him. But you will see him on comms pretty soon.
Ooh.
So that'll be fun.
Who was third place?
That was Volantis.
Volantis. Wait, who's Volantis?
Wait, who?
Dale.
Who?
Yeah, Dale. The man formerly known as Volantis.
Right. So once again,
The
Nick,
artist formerly known.
formerly not right.
Mm.
So
True,
Nick, you
streaming,
will...
streaming and gaming is indeed an art.
True. Nick, you will be moving on to the next round. Your next opponent will be Malkirian Barinade. Unfortunately, this will be the end of it for you, but thank you so much, both of you, for coming on in and playing. I hope you all had a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It was a really fun time, and if there's another tournament of any sort happening in the future, I want to come back with a vengeance. All right, so keep me updated.
Ooh. Yeah, next
Drama
year,
is brewing in the bracket.
Next year's gonna be a little spicy. Not like super spicy. That's the year after, but next year's gonna be still pretty spicy. We'll see.
All
We'll
right.
see. Yeah, no, I agree, Malk. I would like to have more people. It's so much fun. I love bingo. Bingo's great.
Is 25 gonna be spicy because of the 40th anniversary of Mario?
Hey. Is that? That's cool.
Yep.
I think so.
Probably.
Yeah,
Ooh.
'cause I think Super Mario 35 was 2020.
Yo.
Yep, it sure was.
So 2 more years then, because it's 2023 right now.
But are we gonna have the Switch 2 by then, or are we still gonna be playing on the Nintendo Switch?
We'll see. We'll definitely see.
I'm curious what the next Mario game would be called after Galaxy and Odyssey.
I sure hope Odyssey too, but we'll see.
No, but I mean, like, what would they call it if not, like, as a new name?
Oh, right. That
Like
is a good
Mario
question. Multiverse. Mario Multiverse.
Multiverse of Chris Pratt.
God.
Oh, man.
Oh God, I could actually see that happening though. They bring all the Mario avatars together.
Oh, no.
Imagine they have Chris Pratt voicing the next Mario game.
Oh
Woo.
God.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sure Charles Martinet will sue.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. Make sure you guys out there, thanks for coming on in. All the raids, all the new follows, please.
Oh, I like this.
Go follow
suggestion in
these
chat.
racers. Go follow these cool commentators. They put on a great show for everybody here, and I want to make sure y'all go follow them. They're all pretty cool.
Go follow WESDOG. They are the coolest person I know. They are indeed my boy. And make sure to drop me, Blue Haven Gaming, a follow too. I'm also pretty cool from time to time.
Oh my gosh.
I am indeed your boy, and you are my dog.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop out. Of
That sounded weirder than I expected it to.
That's fine.
It's like, you're my dog. Come here.
I'll be popping out of VC to finish everything off here. But as I said, once again, thank you so much for coming on in, runners and commentators. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Couldn't have
Thanks
this
for
without
having
you
us,
for
guys.
hosting the tournament. Really appreciate it.
Woo, woo.
On that note, 07 everybody, and
True.
well, I'll
07.
see you on Sunday for my next race. So.
Yes, you will. All right, and as the screen changes to everything, again, thank you so much, everybody, for coming on in to this tournament. Please follow the racers. Please follow the commentators.